priority for Mercedes-Benz buses. We are proud because of the safety, comfort, fuel efficiency, and reliability. I know the core value of a school is for their students to be secured when they are traveling. That's why we have made a consideration in our buses. Next slide. Slide number 4.
The next presenter, we want to receive copycat very fast in 3 minutes kindly. Copycat kindly.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning, teachers. Thank you for this opportunity. We did promise to give out machines for those who passed by our stand and took vouchers. I hope for those who passed and have their voucher tickets can have a look at them. And I would like to invite one person, a teacher, any volunteer to come and pick a raffle from this point. Can I have one person volunteer? Can they come? Just pick a raffle. And you will be the one choosing the winner. Here, kindly don't go. Kindly don't go. He has picked ticket number 133. It is a blue ticket. Anybody? 133. It's a blue ticket. 1, 2, and 3. He'll have to pick another one. Ticket number 105. Who has a ticket number 105 blue? 1, 2, and 3. Since we are not available, and I hope we all have our tickets. Let me. Blue one. Anybody with 197? One, 2, and 3. I don't have that. 121 blue. 121 blue. I am giving him a chance to pick the last one. If we don't have somebody, then I will give the power to choose to the chairman. I have number 33. Anyone with 33?
Nullify the results, and we repeat until we get the person who is already in the hall, because that was the purpose of us coming to Mombasa. Ama ni vibaya tulisema kila mtu a keep time, si ndio? So me I'm requesting copycat they repeat the raffle until we get a person who is in the hall winning that thing.
No, let me pick the tickets. Those who are here, those who are
Okay, how many have tickets with them here?
That is what
Yes, so these ones, you leave them here. Call another presenter, let them collect those tickets, and those are the ones.
I have my team with me. Kindly, if you have a ticket, just lift it up. We will pick them, and that is where we will. That is the pool we will pick. That is the one who will
participate in the raffle, because we have to be responsible. If we say we come at 8, we come at 8. Yeah, kuchelewa hapana. Sasa na kila mtu Kenya anaona tunachelewa.
So as we do that, let me invite Elsie Ngugi, Director, Gatehouse Center.
Good morning. Morning, teachers. Thank you very much for you coming and you being managers of our schools. My name is Elsie Ngugi. I'm a counseling psychologist by profession. I work a lot with the mental health team in Kenya and in Africa. And thank you, Mr. Indimuli, for this opportunity. Now, I'm hearing a lot of mamas. Anyway, what I'm about to talk about is something that is very deep in our homes and even with our children. And the first question is, I'm sure we have experienced your son or your daughter. You take them to campus, they start on a degree, they go down 2 years and they come and tell you, Mommy, I don't want to do it. I want to change and go to Strathmore and do something else. And at times again they change, or even they finish the course, but they don't really want to get a job in that thing. They tell you, I feel I can do poultry farming, isn't it? I'm sure that's something that has happened to even us ourselves. So what we do have a psychological test kit, which is a career test kit. And the way we administer it, we usually come to the institution, that is your schools. And once we do it, the rest of the information I can give you, I'll be at that desk. And I'm sure you have seen a card on each of your chairs. That's our contact information. Kindly feel free. And we would like to cover the country all over and even the students to benefit from it. This is a donor-funded activity because I'm sure you know mental health things are quite pricey. So whatever will be surfaced to it or paid to it will only be 10%. The other fee has been we have some partners and everything else has been captured in there. I hope that we are going to get to all over Kenya, Bungoma, Busia, Nyamira, the Coast Region, Voi, Taveta, Makueni, and I really hope it's going to be something to help our students. So kindly feel free to contact us, and also if you want more information on it, we can talk and I'll be at the far left desk, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Elsie. She runs that organization. We did participate in it as a school, especially at the time when students are picking subjects, when they are given that test tool and they are able to be analyzed and students get an opportunity to be directed at least to 3 different careers so that they can know which subjects they can choose. It's a tool that has questions, and the questions have no correct answer. It is the child's own thinking, and it helps. I thought that time it did very well for us. Maybe you need to talk to her. Slide, you know, we are so many, and some people who are not teachers like her, when they stand here, it becomes a big problem. Yeah, so thank you very much, Madam Elsie. Yeah. Thank you. As my team continues, I want to welcome you, because I don't want to come back to welcome you again. I want to welcome you to this day, and still want to emphasize that time is important, and being available up to the end of the conference. Because you and I know that we came down here to seriously interrogate a number of issues. And to get permission or to get authority to come down here, I have to request for it from the Ministry of Education, from Teacher Service Commission, and I have to answer a number of questions that demonstrate that truly we are going down there to discuss issues, raise issues that can inform either policy changes or inclusion or even determination of a new policy. And therefore it is important that we always stay up to the end. I know this is Thursday. I want to request that tomorrow we still have a session, and that is purely on CBC issues, where we are saying we need more information. So I would expect that we remain in. And as we do that, ladies and gentlemen, while here I've had to participate on some TV discussions from Mombasa, and one thing that I've kept defending us is the issue of making education not affordable the way the government would wish. And I think it would be wrong for us to be in Mombasa and get out of Mombasa without mentioning this thing. The issue of extra levies that we are accused of without authority, it's important that we look at it. The issue of school uniform, that is very emotive. Yesterday I was in a discussion that was very hot, but I kept saying we are not doing that. But the other panelists were busy saying, I have a letter with me, but because I was not in the studio, I could not verify that letter. That a letter that is asking students to purchase uniform, that the cost is even higher than term 1 school fees. In fact, the figure quoted was about 29,000 shillings as school uniform. And I think, I don't know whether to say it is justified or it's not justified, but I think we need to relook at our admission letters in line with the proposals given by government and see whether really that uniform should be more than the term 1 school fees, more than maybe the year's fees, and even more than the capitation government is giving. I think some accusations that the general public sends to us, we do not need to ignore them. We need to look at them and look at them very critically. While I always take the blame on your behalf, I always stand up and really defend us on some of these issues. But I think time has come that I would want to request each one of us to look at what we are asking the children to carry to school, if in any way it is contributing to making education unaffordable to some of the parents. We need to change that. Because I've kept saying, principals, we do a lot. We think a lot about the people who cannot afford. That is why many of you are running endowment funds in your schools. You accept even children without fees and they stay in, which is very good. You solicit funds from well-wishers and pay fees. So we do a lot that is right. But it's just that small percentage that is wrong that people would want to expound on it and therefore condemn us as people who don't understand anything. While I want to appeal to all Kenyans that principals we are human beings and we have a human heart together with a human face. Don't condemn. all principals. If there is one of us, then we deal with that one. You tell us, and as a chair, we can approach our colleague and discuss it. So that as a nation, we move together without blaming each other. So ladies and gentlemen, as we are here in the sides of this conference, let us think about that. Uniform is becoming a very big problem, to a level that one MP the other day, who is a great friend of mine, declared that we don't need uniforms in schools. So we need to scrap them. That is their opinion. Their opinion because they feel we are not doing the right thing. But I believe we are doing the right thing. We only need to look at what is this that it is making it difficult for a child to enter our schools because uniform is expensive. And where we feel, we find it is difficult, we let them purchase where they want to purchase. This is something you as a principal, myself, can make a decision at our own small level. So my appeal today, as I welcome you to this day, is relook at our admission letters. See whether there is anything that is going to make it difficult for a child to enter our school from the 3rd of this month. And if there is, see how you can assist those who may not. The discretion is with you. You are the center. In the exams, they say we are the center managers. But as I said yesterday in the presence of the president, he runs the bigger one, and we run yetu kidogo huku mashinani, si ndio? Because we are the smaller presidents in our small governments, we are able to make some of those decisions. So kindly, look at it, look at your school, and make that critical decisions. Thank you very much. Welcome to this day. Let me allow them to finish with our sponsors, and we get straight into the first presentation. Our friend Wambogo here, there is something I want to tell him, because if I don't tell him, he may think he's doing a very good thing, and I'll have failed as a chairman. Wambogo brought to me some documents about Principal's Handbook on Junior Secondary School. And I want to tell Wambogo, congratulations for supporting education. And you've done a good job, you've grown. When I first met you, you were very slim. And now you are competing me, you have even surpassed me. But some of these things, as good as they may be, I just want to ask Wambogo, please take them to KICD so that they get approval and the necessary stamp, isn't it? So that the KICD says they are okay. Yeah, and I know you have the ability to go there. So as Wambogo sells them, I still want to ask him, carry that compass, carry this handbook. Which other one on CBC? Peleka KICD, wafanye nini? Yeah, this is the compass which junior secondary to senior secondary. Unajua hata tujafika senior secondary? Bado tuko mbali, miaka 3. Na ushaingia huko. Which is good, go forward thinking. But take them to the experts. Wa experts wafanye nini? Waseme kweli iko sawa, si ndio? We will support, we will buy them, isn't it? You are our person, isn't it? Aya, sema jambo, dakika moja.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to tell you that SMS was killed by WhatsApp. YouTube was, DVDs was killed by YouTube. So 844 is being killed by CBC. So the way to go is CBC. If I don't go to CBC, I will also be irrelevant. And CBC is the best thing because it deals with competence. If I'm a hawker, let me become a better hawker. And I thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to do what I do best. And with those very, very few remarks, I think this is one of the shortest speech I've ever made in this conference. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you too. So because in the interest of time, let me invite KLB to do their presentation. Karibu.
The chairman, honorable delegates, all invited guests, good morning. This is Kenya Literature Bureau, represented by Mr. Justin Koech. Kenya Literature Bureau is a state parastatal whose mandate is to publish quality, affordable books. Kenya Literature Bureau turns 75 years, just like most of the mature organizations, and including the Kesha. We are happy to have been in the journey together. In this journey to being a great publishing house, which you have held strongly as a team, we've remodeled the vision of Kenya Literature Bureau as per the changes in the society. Today, the vision of KLB, which is owned by Kenyan government and you by extension, has a vision of being publishing knowledgeable, to have a knowledgeable and inspired society by publishing quality, affordable books. We are grateful principals as Kenya Literature Bureau. We are very grateful that we have held our hand. However, Kenya Literature Bureau has grown because of you. We have used most of you who are seated here to write quality books. Course books which are being referred to even today. Those ones you did not receive from government, you still went to buy them. And we are saying thank you, we don't want to take it for granted. We've seen the revision book, Topmark, remodel itself to question and answer, and lately to Sterling. Through you, your readership, and your writing, we've been in a position to produce those books, and they are available at discounted prices at our tent. In moving to the new curriculum, Kenya Literature Bureau has been steadfast to interpreting the CBC curriculum. We have successfully done from preschool up to grade 6, where in grade 5, unlike any other publisher, we had 98% approval of our books. For grade 7, of the key activity areas or subjects, they call them activity areas, we have had 9 approval of the competency-based curriculum books. So you will be accessing quality readership from Kenya Literature Bureau. And I thank you because you wrote those books right. The 9 activity areas, many publishers, we have 68 active ones, and many don't even get one. But your organization, Kenya Literature Bureau, got 9. And I want to thank you, the teachers, who did a good job with us. So soon we will roll out on your platform and show you the brand name for the new junior high school book, the brand name we are going to use. We will break away from the primary where we are using Visionary, and we go to a new brand name. We shall roll it out and share with you on your platform. In the meantime, Kenya Literature Bureau has new releases. We do have new releases to enable you finish 844 strong. We have an approved playbook as a set book for 2023 called The Samaritan, bringing out the evils and ills ailing the society, and especially the Kenyan society. It's a play that we are asking teachers, you members who are here, to buy a copy from our stand. Let the teachers jail with that read, and even the learners to dramatize. By the time they are sitting for examination based on that book, they will be doing so knowing what they are to heal in the society. Our ambassador yesterday, in his presentation, I was very impressed on the successes of some of the countries through education. Japan was one of them. In terms of the morals, that is one of the books which will instill good morals in the children. And you are a great vehicle for that matter. We have also a read called The Essential Career. The Essential Career Guide, which is ideal for the Form 2s as they are making choices of subjects. The Form 4s as they are making choices of careers. And as for the teacher, we want to encourage you, get your career guide. A very great read, which is very illustrative. Kenya Literature Bureau, unlike any other publisher, has a dictionary for mathematics, which demystifies maths. Today, one of you has written a maths dictionary. Amazing teacher among us too. We do have a maths dictionary to demystify mathematics. Get a copy from Kenya Literature Bureau, and may children appreciate and love mathematics. In line with mathematics also, we are the distributors of the NEC four-figure table on behalf of Examination Council. But there are unscrupulous individuals who have interest in damaging and dirtying the examination by having pirated copies in your schools. We are in talks with Kesha leadership to have this book distributed through Kesha leadership to ensure that we secure sanctity of examination and ensure that our children do the right courses for what they qualify and even not deny them for the courses they deserve. So we will avail that book through Kesha leadership. Last but not least, about the new releases, we have a Kamusi Pevu. One of the Kamusis done by Professor Wamitila, a local for that matter, a teacher by career. The most exciting part I shared with a few teachers of Kiswahili from our tent about that book is that it has 48 new words. 48 new words. The most exciting one, which I'm told is present in one of the texts, is a short call in Kiswahili, Haja Ndogo. Haja Ndogo is Tabawali. Tabawali. It is in that read, Kamusi Pevu. Mataza Trafiki, ordinary words, Masata Trafiki. We have a single name, a single word for that called Semaforo. Among others, 48 new words in a Kamusi distributed by Kenya Literature Bureau, your company. Take pride in your company. As I wind up, my dear colleagues, I have been a teacher and I'm always a teacher. I want to let you know Kenya Literature Bureau has a functional e-platform called klbbooks.com. We have populated that platform with over 500 well-done e-books for purpose of using at home, in the evening, at night. So I want to say, therefore, we have a platform, KLB platform, called klbbooks.com, an e-commerce which we were inspired to develop out of COVID. COVID has not been that bad after all. It gave us a window. It gave us to see the deep secrets of nature. And we therefore make education as accessible as possible by having your great books in the platform, in the cloud. We are in partnership with some strong institutions like Estonian government for developing interactive books. Otherwise, in one of the slides, you will see you can get your books also from those platforms. Otherwise, my colleagues and Kesha in particular want to say Kenya Literature Bureau is very grateful and thank you. May God bless you as you continue deliberating on behalf of our children and our schools. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, KLB. Now, as we receive Simaster, we want to finish the copycat raffle. As we receive Simaster, then we shall have KCB. Karibu Simaster.
Thank you. For purposes of saving on time, I will request the MC to be the one to pick a raffle, to pick a ticket. Kindly come pick a ticket. I have number 182, a blue one. The name is Damianus Okeyo. Do I have him? Damianus Okeyo, can I see? Okay, kindly come.
So as the Mayor Sokeo comes, please hurry very up fast.
I would like to welcome all of you to pick more raffle tickets. We have another round for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our delegates this morning, I want to say good morning to everyone. Good morning again. Here is Jimmy Wambogo, the youngest motivational speaker in Kenya. I'm ready to work with you, and I have done a good research on a topic called the CBC, and I have authored a small book here, the one I'm holding in my hand. The title of the book is, Do You Understand? Do you understand? Every question you like to know about the CBC, it is narrated here in a very simple way. Simple to read, simple to understand, and I know it will be of great help to you. Kindly take this book home at only 200 Kenya shillings. Na nikimaliza muwe na siku njema na wakati mzuri. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Welcome, Semester.
Yes, good morning. Hamjambo walimu. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Waiboshi Paul. I'm from Semester. Semester is a key stakeholder in education. I am here as a sponsor, but not ile sponsor ingine ni sponsor ya Kenya Health ya Kesha. And we have been friends with Kesha. We have walked a long way. We have been comrades in arms. As you are aware, we have been participating in the Poya, Toya, and the Itoya when it is there, and we are continuing. Now, Semester stands for Center for Mathematics, Science, Technology, Education in Africa. I know all of you, you know. You have also, some of you, or all of you, have interacted with Semester, either directly or indirectly, or both. Some as trainers, others as supporters, and some of you has even been beneficiary of the airlift of Semester to Japan, to Philippines, and even Malaysia, and nafikiri imani gari iko. Sasa, we are based in Karen, Nairobi, and we started, as you are aware, as Master Project in 1988. 2003 we went national. Then Semester has been existing from 2005 to date. And if we started at 1988, it means that we are 24 years old. Next year, 2023, we shall be celebrating our silver jubilee. Na tutawalika tukule keki pamoja. Sidio? Our mandate as Semester, we provide professional development of teachers in STEM education. And we have a mission and a mission which is still geared towards the same. Now, we have several programs. And the programs we have include primary program where we train teachers in mathematics and science and ICT in primary. We train secondary school teachers in mathematics and science and also ICT. We also have a program we call Lesson Study, whereby we train teachers on how to work together and create communities of practice. We also have an ICT program where I head, and that one we train all teachers of all subjects in ICT in all the schools. And in that, we also have STEM model schools. I know some of you are members. We have a research and development knowledge department. We have special programs whereby we deal with other things which are beyond there. And then we also have partnerships because sometimes we work with the partners. Now, I want to say that during COVID-19, Semester, even before the COVID came, we were already in remote learning. So when the COVID came, we just translated all our programs in the same. Now, we are also, as somebody have said here, partners in the struggle, working with the TSC and the other stakeholders in the CBC. And then, so currently remote learning is the in thing. And we are already there, we are training our teachers on the same. Then we also have customized trainings. Those of you, we have been having teachers who we have been working together, requested by the BOG to train teachers on special things, especially on virtual platforms and the learning management system. We have been having webinars even with the people outside the country, and they have been working well, and that is that. We have also been having outreach. Outreach, I mean that we normally organize mobile clinics. You know, clinics. We can visit your school, your shopping center, the schools around, and we showcase all the things which we normally have. I want to say that more importantly, when we have been doing remote learning, we have been using Google Classroom, learning management system by Google Classroom. But Semastera has been able to develop its own portal, portal.semastera.ac.ke, whereby we shall not be using the Google Classroom. Right now we are using our own portal, whereby the teachers will be able to enroll. Once they enroll, they do a course, they finish, they will automatically get their certificates electronically, and that will be that. And it is already working in that portal. Apart from the learning management system, we also have a repository of materials, repository of all secondary school materials, all primary school materials. You go to that portal, you go to a repository, you go to the categories, and you are going to get, and please tell your teachers to assess. We are still populating it, but tell your teachers to assess, and they are going to get it. And yes, that is the portal we are using, and we are already there, and I think we are doing fine. And once we do that, the issue of the certification now will be a thing of the past, because they will be getting it automatically once they finish the course. And we want to put, and we are already putting all our courses there. And other things we have a state-of-the-art conference facility at Semastera, whereby, I don't know whether my screen, I'm not seeing the screen here, I'm not seeing it. But all the same, we have conference facilities such that we can be able to do an experiment in Semastera. We give your school a link, and we can be able to teach. When I'm Semastera, I can be able to teach your class. So please, let's work together, and we can be able to achieve so many things on that. And finally, I want to say that ICT, leveraging on ICT is the way to go. Let's be part of it. We can work together, and remote learning right now is crucial, and it is the way to go. And for that, we require the support of the stakeholders who are principals in supporting your teachers. And even by doing all that, we are also sensitive to special needs, and in all our trainings, we incorporate the special needs. And want to say that last week, but one, which was 4th to 8th after the schools closed, we were able to host a very successful coding and robotics bootcamp. Some of your schools participated, and we want to make it an annual event so that next year we shall invite more schools to come and participate in it. It was very successful. Students were able to make very good products, robots, which if you visit our study outside there, you will be able to see it. We also have school visits. We encourage schools, and so many of you have been able to bring your students there because they can learn a lot. We have an innovation room, which we call a science museum. We can already see the inventions which have already been done. On top of that, and in line with this term, we have the makerspace. Makerspace. Makerspace is where we create innovations, we create science, we let the students experience and discover. It's different from the museum. And with that, I want to say thank you very much. Thank you very much, the chair, for giving me this opportunity. I also want to recognize our director who is also here, Madam Jacinta Okasa, that's Mitch, and then tukutane hapo kwa kibada for more information. Otherwise, thank you very much and God bless you and long live Kesha, long live Simastea. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Simastea. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we go to our title sponsor, KCB. Now it's my humble chance to invite KCB to do their final presentation. Then we go to the first session of the day. KCB, karibu. So as KCB comes up, Oxford winners for today is Margaret Odhiambo, Lambwe Special School in Homa Bay. The second one is Rashid Mjimbo, Ganze Secondary School in Kilifi. The third one is Daniel Langat, Serem Secondary School in Nandi. And the fourth one is Andrew Mogusu, Nyameta Buro Mixed Isbania Migori. And finally, Maurice Baraza St. Benedict Konya Mumias. These are the winners. Please go to Oxford stands. Karibu KCB.
Hamjambo walimu, Bwana Mwenyekiti, Mr. Indimuli, and the organizing committee of Kesha, all sponsors, invited guests. My pleasure to be before you and make a presentation on behalf of a subsidiary of KCB that is called KCB Bank Assurance Intermediary. And my name is Agre Mulumbi. I'm the managing director of this subsidiary of KCB. And I will just put it in context for you. This is one of the three core business activities of KCB Group. Number one is KCB Bank. You've heard a lot about the KCB Bank, Kenya Commercial Bank. You're all our partners. We are in all regions and most of the schools bank with us. Thank you for that support. And that's why we are here as your title sponsors. Next side of our business is called KCB Investment Banking, and that is managed under KCB Capital. And the third arm is the insurance line of business. This is the KCB Bank Assurance Intermediary. And I will just highlight the role of Bank Assurance Intermediary. We play in the insurance space, bringing you into contact with various insurance companies, and we use our wide network to reach out and create solutions for you and help you to reach the insurance companies more easily. We also select the right insurance partners for you and just make sure that in your risk management solutions, wealth creation, savings, income protection, and financial security, you have the right partner. And how does this dovetail with the issues that I've had? Thematic issues coming out of the conference are life cycle issues. You are dealing with students in a certain stage of their lives. First, there's the pre-primary and primary education. Then 15 years to 18, predominantly the teens that you deal with. And then you prepare them for tertiary education. Post that, somebody takes over and does the career establishment, part of which we do. We recruit, train, and employ them. Then we go into wealth creation. That is for you as individuals in this conference. I'll speak briefly about that. You will also hear about your transition into retirement and how we take care of you in that space. But in the age group, the cohort that concerns you, the 15 to 18 years, the following challenges I keep hearing coming out of your discussions, deliberations: drugs, substance abuse, peer pressure, early marriage, weapons in schools, social media impact. You call it the presence of mobile phones in schools, and parents shielding children from indiscipline. And how do we solve for this? The issues you're dealing with are typically mental illness issues amongst the youth. And I want to link this to insurance solutions so that you can understand how, through the business that I run, KCB Bank Assurance Intermediary, we can work with you to create solutions for the youth and help to model them into the responsible leaders that you aspire to develop. So looking at the common mental health issues that the youth have to contend with, some of them are genetical, passed from parents to children. previous life experiences, life events, traumas they've gone through, absenteeism amongst the parents, their poor coping skills, and resources, inadequate resources, which then impact on the child's egos. Then some of them have personal health issues. So they are the personal and social issues, the issues to do with school environment, which deals with the infrastructure that you've put together, the transport issues, the school buses, and some of the business entities that are sponsoring and supporting this event. I heard about the CMC, positioning, the DTB, positioning Mercedes. Those are assets under your watch, but they're also causes of distress amongst the students. People want to go for outing. They can't get into that new bus. Yeah? Assignments, work schedule, environment in the school, and so forth. Cultural issues, culture that you create in the schools, and their roles in the schools, as well as bullying and such issues. Then, at the socio-economic issues, you engage with parents, and we expect to partner with you to deal with the socio-economic issues around fees, which then impacts a child's esteem. So how do we build up a savings culture to enable parents to afford fees? Joblessness amongst parents, a reduction in availability of resources, and the geographical location. Some children move from very far locations to schools elsewhere. So what is our role in this? While it is so easy to come to you and say, we have this product, I want to talk to you about partnership. How do we solve this? By offering partnerships. My friend Elsie was here talking about emotional health issues. That's one area that we feel that from our insurance solutions, we can work with the schools, we can work with you as principals to create the necessary securities that the children need in their emotional health issues. So, our role is to bring in partners. We have a functional, a fully fledged health division in KCB Bank Assurance. We offer health solutions, starting with what we call Simba Junior, a health product for the young children. We have personal accident covers. This will blend in well with opportunities to come to your schools and educate the children on child clinical, psychological reviews, professional guidance and counseling, mental wellness programs, and empowerment and guidance and counseling through regular training, and a 24-hour call center accessible by teachers. You prompt the children, you see a problem, you call us and we come in. Next, how do we propose to take care of your institutional insurance needs? Look at the school buses, and I've gone around this country. In some instances, I find that when schools are closed for long, your buses are vandalized. Then you have problems getting your claims sorted. Because of our wide network, over 230 branches countrywide, you can access your insurance firms to have this solved at the same stage, the same way we resolve your banking issues at the branch nearest to you. So just reach out to the KCB branch, we take care of your insurance, and we push it and fast track in partnership with the insurance underwriter who works with you. By the way, are the schools now insured? I know the government institutions and infrastructure, and most of the time, the rebuilding process requires funding from parents. But we also need to ensure our infrastructure. They are facing a lot of fire risks in the recent past. During my days, they didn't burn schools, and I must acknowledge my principal of my school, Sagongo. I met him in the morning, and it was such a joy to meet you. Livestock insurance, the students covers crop and burglary. But let's come back to a very important thing for you as principals. How do you take care of some unique risks that you face? At some stages, I've seen principals, I've seen teachers taken to court for having caned a child. I think that is another issue that has come out of this conference, the discipline process in school. and that comes to personal liability. How do you take care of your personal liabilities if, God forbid, you are found to be liable at a personal level for issues that happened in the school under your watch? We've made it very easy for you. You bank with us, you have an account, we call it premium account insurance, and we give you a bouquet of benefits: your own personal accident cover, a funeral expense for you, personal liability, including those risks that you run as a parent, as a teacher in the school, for things that may happen under your watch, which come to your personal liability. The gadgets that you have to use, Semester talking about digital schools, gadgets, phones, iPads, tablets, your domestic insurances. We put these together, and then your participation in sport. And we give you also a comprehensive travel policy to cover you around that. So every time you come into KCB, please remember two things. One, that through our branch network, the biggest in this country, the largest, you have an opportunity to deal your insurance needs. We have special packages for your schools and for your students, and we have the widest outreach for you. And lastly, our key objective in working with you around this is to forge strategic partnerships with schools that will provide support and allow you access of our wide network, branch network, to resolve your insurance issues. So I pray that go into any branches, talk to our teams about insurances, and get the right solutions. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for KCB, our title sponsors. Thank you so much for always believing in Kesha. We also want to appreciate all other sponsors who came and spoke. Tuwashukuru, tunasema ni asante. Naomba sisi wote tusimame kwa dakika moja, to stretch kabla tuingie kwa the next session. Please, let's stand up and just stretch a bit. The band is going to take us for a few minutes, but I want you to do me a favor. Take off your phone. Do you have your phone? Can I see your phone? If your phone is below 2,000 shillings, please switch it off. It has no silent button. I had one. But if you have your phone, just go to the silent button. Just go where it has been written silent. Then touch it. It will work. I promise you. Use my faith. Now go to your camera. Go to your camera. Put on your camera. Now I want you to take at least 5 selfies with different people. Starting now, I want to see people taking selfies. Now let's start. Let's start. Don't be selfish. Okay, selfie. Band. Come on, walk around and take a selfie. Walk around and take a selfie. Please walk around. Chairman, I can't see your selfie. Vice Chair, you're not taking a selfie. My team on stage, where is your selfie? I can't see a selfie. Walk around and take a selfie. Take a selfie. And some people are not taking selfies. They are very still. A selfie of 4 people. Make sure the selfie has 4 people in it. 4 people. Walk around. A selfie of 4 people. Okay. Man, hold it for a minute. Do you have your selfie? I want you to show your neighbor your selfie. This is an examination room. Show your selfie to your neighbor. Chairman, I've not seen your phone. I've not seen your selfie. Oh, you don't know where you left your phone, Chairman? Okay, we need to buy a phone for the chairman. Okay. Wait. Next activity. Very, very serious. I want everybody to close your eyes. Everybody in the building, just hold your phone. Nobody's stealing from you. Close your eyes. Are you ready? Are you ready? While your eyes are closed, I want you to follow my instructions well. When I say sit down, you stand up. When I say stand up, you sit down. Is that okay? Everybody is standing up. Close your eyes. My instruction. Band. Let's keep going. Background. Now, while your eyes are closed, to the left, jump one step to the left. Eyes closed. Oh my God. I wish you can see yourself. While your eyes are closed, jump 2 steps on the right. Oh my Jesus. While your eyes are closed, follow my instruction. Eyes closed. Jump to the right, to the left, and to the back. 3, go. While your eyes are closed, jump to the back, to the front, to the left, to the right. 3, go. Oh my Jesus. Come on, clap for yourselves. You're doing well. Clap for yourselves. Come on, band, let's take it over. Now, as the vice chair is coming, make sure you are greeting somebody as we enjoy the band as they give us an interlude.
Now, peana high five. High five, peana high five. Thank you. High five, high five. Band enough. We can now get seated.
Yeah.
I think that was a very good exercise for us. Now, our distinguished guests who are with us today, this morning, my colleague delegates, again, allow me to say good morning. I want to believe that we had a very peaceful night. And here we have, now that you are here, you have the energy, the necessary energy to take us through this program. Like I have always said, we can never take it for granted, so we can continue telling the Almighty a very big thank you for having enabled us to see this day and be able to run the program of the day. Now, colleagues, we now want to begin the main session of the day. I'm using the one main session because this is a session which will involve our employer. They have a lot to share with us. And I just want to say, let us be patient and listen what they have to share with us so that as we leave this hall today, we are even better principles than the way we came in this morning. Now, this session is a very special one, and we want the chairman to share this session. So as he comes to give his remarks and prepare for our directors, let us clap for him. Let's clap for the chair, please. Thank you. Thank you, Bwana Chair, karibu. and continue the program.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning. Yeah, we want to get into a very important session. As I say, anytime we should be able to manage our program as when it is necessary. At the moment, we want to skip some level there just for a short while and move straight into the TSC Directors Forums so that we are able to manage time, and it will also enable us see if we can slot in one more presentation that should be done tomorrow so that we can make tomorrow a more shorter day. Sindio? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, before I usher in the team of directors from TSC headquarters to make brief presentations to us and then participate in an open forum where we would like members to be able to air views, and together we come up with solutions where we can, where it will require further consultations, they will be able to tell us. I would want to say that we did receive various reports from various counties after your county conferences, and those who are forwarded to the Teacher Service Commission for consideration, and I'm sure we will be told about them. But before I invite them, allow me to, on your behalf, to mention a few things that we feel Teacher Service Commission should take note and also appreciate what the Teacher Service Commission has done. Ladies and gentlemen, we want first to thank the employer for the effective service delivery that we are experiencing today. Most of the things are done online. Teachers transfer requests are done online. We recommend online. And I think this is very good because it makes us avoid a lot of paperwork. And sometimes even teachers don't blame us for not having recommended or commented on their transfers. Because if I don't notice a teacher has placed a transfer request, somebody from the sub-county or the county office is able to alert us that a teacher has placed a transfer request. Please go online and recommend. I think this is very good innovation. And not only that, plus very many other policies and programs that we've put online. We want to appreciate Teacher Service Commission for the appointment of principals substantively, as opposed to the earlier way where we were being deployed and then you can be redeployed. However, Teacher Service Commission, we need to look at this policy of after substantively appointed and I error, it is exit. You know, sometimes the error I've committed could be an error that I could just be warned or trained so that I don't repeat the same error, or just cautioned. Sometimes things happen without our knowledge. Yes, I'm in control of that school as a principal, but things can happen without the principal's knowledge. And when action is being taken, I take the blame, and my punishment is exit. I think that is a little bit too punitive, and I want to request that in the era of thinking together our future, this may require some policy change, and I think we need to engage more and see, is it possible that this policy of exit, once appointed as a principal and you are sanctioned, is it the only way? Can we look at it again? We want to appreciate Teacher Service Commission as I told the President yesterday, that his government continued to pay teachers amidst COVID-19. While the others took a pay cut, others were sacked, I think teachers, we remained on salary throughout the period. And this, I'm aware, I want to thank the CEO, Teacher Service Commission, and the Commission in general for having bargained for teachers to continue being paid because of the role we play, not only during teaching hours, but even beyond teaching hours. So thank you very much, Teacher Service Commission, for ensuring that teachers continue to be paid. The intern program has assisted us a lot in ensuring that the gaps that we have in the teaching profession are covered. This was a great innovation or inclusion because all the other sectors were having interns. It's only in the teaching profession that we didn't have interns. And I think that is a step in the right direction. And also looking at the marking scheme when we are employing the advertised posts, you find that the intern teachers have been given higher marks. So it gives them an opportunity to continue getting employment. But what we are suggesting is for school A to have gotten an intern teacher, it meant that the Teacher Service Commission saw that there was a gap in that school. So that is why the school was given that intern teacher. But when advertisements are made, you discover that the subject which I was given for the intern teacher is not advertised in my station. Instead, it is advertised in another station B. So this teacher in my station will go for interview in station B and get absorbed there, and then I'm left still with the same gap. So it's like digging a hole to fill another hole. Our proposal, Madam CEO, you know, I'm taking this opportunity so that we don't repeat ourselves, isn't it? Our proposal is that the advertisement should take cognizance of the fact that that school that has an intern should be advertised for that particular subject so that the teacher is absorbed there. We appreciate the efforts to ensure that we have more teachers trained for CBC. Just before we came down, we received requests that we present 6 teachers per school for this training. That is a step in the right direction. But we would feel that this would have gone by percentage. So that if we are saying we take maybe 70% of, or even 10% of the teachers in a school to be trained, we would all have numbers based on our population. We have schools that have 80 teachers on staff. We have only picked 6. We have another school that has 10 teachers in the staff room employed by TSC. They pick 6. You see, the one with fewer numbers will get more trained in the first phase, but the one with a very large number has a very small percentage, which may not really help in ensuring that a larger number of teachers get the information on the first slot. So our proposal would be, why don't we look at a uniform percentage that would be able to distribute the number of teachers based on the population that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, you have raised severally, and I want to convey this, the issues of professional interviews. Ladies and gentlemen, we have discussed with the TSC about this before, but allow me to mention it. The interviews that are advertised for us to attend are good, and we are happy when an opportunity of promotion comes. However, the challenge we have faced as principals is that the interviews appears to be pegged on the type of school one is heading. So that if I'm heading a sub-county school and there is an opportunity to move, I'm not being called for interview because of the school where I am. But from where we are coming from, I did not choose to go to that sub-county school. I was posted by the employer. So the question principals ask is, how come now, having been sent to that school, I cannot be called for an interview? Of course, I know the responses you gave me, but still my members, when I responded to them, they still feel they are not satisfied. That let us not peg promotion to the type of school one is heading. And this has led to stagnation. If we look at the various, the transition from the old job group A, L, M, N, P to now D, C1, D, up to D5, you understand that, isn't it? Yeah? There is this position, this job group D3, that majority of our principals are there. And they appear to have stagnated. In fact, the term my colleagues are using is, we have stagnated there for long. And even yesterday, when I was asking that, can we reorganize the funds that we have in the Ministry of Education, because we have taken the chunk, we reorganize so that we are able to employ more teachers, get more money so that we can have more promotions, so that this stagnation is removed from this. The majority of my colleagues here are actually in job group D3. Just by a show of hands, how many are there? Yeah? When a director, just look back. The bulk of these people are in D3, and we are doing quite a bit of job. We need to ease off that stagnation so that there is enough motivation for people to venture into being principals of schools. Ladies and gentlemen, I said it before, and I was backed also by one of the senior cabinet secretary. The job of a principal today is very risky. You blink an eye, you are gone. The only other person is, if he or she blinks, is gone, are people in KDF who are currently serving in Somalia. They blink an eye, they take a bullet. Principal's job today, you blink an eye, you exit. It is important that the safety of the principal is given. Look at the banning of schools, for example. The principal may not be privy of the students planning to ban a school. But when it is banned, every blame goes to the principal. Everybody shouts, the principal must go. And at times, the principal goes. Sometimes when you are lucky and maybe the reasons they are giving may not be so credible, you are safe. So we need now to also enlarge some of these promotional and responsible positions. When Teacher Service Commission came up with a proposal of 2 deputies when the population of a school reaches 1,000, that was a welcome idea. But with 100% transition and with the envisaged double intake, some of our schools are going to hit 3,000 students because some already are at 2,500, 1,800. In order for management of these schools to be easier, we are proposing an introduction of a 3rd or a 4th deputy principal. Especially for large boarding schools, we are proposing an introduction of deputy principal in charge of boarding services. Because we have deputy principals, academics, deputy principal in charge of administration, we need a deputy principal in charge of boarding services. In addition, we must also elevate the responsibilities of a guidance and counseling department. Why don't we also create a deputy principal in charge of guiding and counseling services? This will spread out the responsibility of the head of school to more people. I know we have the heads of department, but at times, from experience, they may not want to take certain positions because they feel they are not really responsible enough. But deputies would be able to take up that. And as we grow, we are still saying even the principals, another level of promotion can be considered. This I know the human resource director and the others would be able to look at it within the policy. Is it possible to introduce? We used to have sometimes back senior chief in the villages or the paramount chiefs. What is wrong in us introducing senior chief principal, Machako School? And then I have a chief principal as a deputy, another senior principal as a deputy in charge of academics. Na kazi inaendelea, si ndio? Yeah, let us expand these responsibilities so that they don't just rest on one person. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to applaud you for having continued to work very closely with our field officers. Our field officers play a very important role in disseminating information from the headquarters down to us. The only thing that we note at times, I may not be competent to talk about this, but at times we notice that the field may be taking too long waiting for further instructions from the headquarters. So certain decisions appear to delay because the headquarters has not cascaded downwards. I would want to appeal that let the headquarters also make the work of our field officers easier. It will continue easing the big numbers that have started coming to the headquarters when the field officers can quickly respond to our concerns. The issue of hardship allowance. I have been informed that there are some schools within hardship area, they are neighboring. A primary school that is also housing a secondary school, somewhere in Tarakaniti, and I'm sure they are here, they can resonate to that. A primary school teacher in that school gets hardship. But the secondary school teacher, because the school has just, I think there's just a fence, the secondary school teacher does not enjoy the hardship. So I'm wondering, how are these boundaries? And that is not only in Tarakaniti, very many other areas, including enhanced house allowance. Somewhere in Kisii, a school that used to enjoy hardship as the only school then, is now not enjoying the enhanced house allowance. But the neighbors around it are enjoying. So we need to check, maybe with the county director Kisii, to confirm this. Why is that happening? Because my colleagues have raised it with me, but I cannot provide those answers. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate that the employer thought it wise to ensure that we have an enhanced medical service. This medical service plays a very important role to ensure that as a teacher, as a principal, we are healthy and ready to do our work. But we are finding challenges in this. The health service is very good in paper. We see very good things. But when it comes to practical application of the same, we are finding it difficult with the service providers down there in the field. We feel we need to participate in a discussion with the service provider, because the headquarters may not know what the teacher is going through. Many of these colleagues, and because they have my number, will call me when they are in hospital and tell me, Bwana Chairman, I'm still here, I've been sick. There's one colleague who called me and told me I've been having a problem. The whole night I've been sick. Up to now, nobody has attended to me. I'm being told they are waiting for authorization from the Aeon headquarters. How can you help me? Now I wondered, how do I help you? The only thing is to ring headquarters. And if Officer Mr. Kanana is here, he'll confirm that he receives a lot of calls from me or from principals who have forwarded his number to them to call him so that he can communicate with the service provider to fast track certain things. So it is important that the service provider take cognizance of the fact that he is being paid by Teacher Service Commission to provide a service to the employees of Teacher Service Commission. When he fails to provide that service, we, the employees, blame our employer. And our employer may not be the reason. So it is important that a round-table meeting is called between the service provider, the employer, and the people, representatives of the people who are enjoying this service. As I conclude, we want to mention that we appreciate so far the introduction of the live streaming of lessons. I'm aware my school and another school participated in the pilot scheme where lessons were being streamed to 5 other schools from Machako School and 5 other schools from Alliance Girls. And we also made a visit to those, one of the 5 schools, just to feel the experience of how they are getting the lessons. And from the reports that we received from there, the teachers and the students were very happy about it. I want to appeal to the Teacher Service Commission that let us expand this so that more schools can be brought in, more schools can support each other. We are not saying, and this I would like to dissuade those who have felt that maybe this program may lead to non-employment of teachers. In the contrary, it would require even an employment of more teachers, because the supervision of the children on the other side would require a teacher who is knowledgeable in that subject. So that me who is teaching from school A will be giving instruction, and the students in school B will want a teacher who is able to assist them follow those instructions. So it may not lead to refusal to employ. Secondly, it would lead to even creation of what we call a community of service. Teachers would be able to interact, get feedback from each other, whether my lesson was good. Very many other positive things will come out of it. So I want to encourage Teacher Service Commission that let us expand this. When we get into the proper rollout, let us expand and get more schools participating, because this would help us. Other issues I have already submitted to our directors earlier, even before we came here. Some which I have mentioned here today, and we submitted, and I'm sure they would be able to respond to them. It is now my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to usher in the team of directors from the Teacher Service Commission headquarters. I invite Director Mumin to come in and introduce the other directors, make short presentations, then we can engage with them. Thank you very much. Let us have a hand clap as Director Mumin come in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The leadership of Kesha, the directors from the Teacher Service Commission and the Ministry of Education, school principals, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to congratulate you for making it to this conference. It has been an eye-opener, and we're able to learn a lot of things during the 3-4 days we have been here. The Commission takes this opportunity to welcome you all to this session on teacher innovativeness towards learner-centered curriculum. The Commission Secretary, Dr. Nancy Macharia, could not join us today. I wish to convey her apology because she would have joined us, but because of one or other reasons, she was not able to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the Commission finds this forum very important, a very important avenue for sharing knowledge and experiences as it brings together principals of secondary schools and field officers. Indeed, for the 2 years we missed this forum, it has been gloomy all over. It has been gloomy all over. And this year, when we got the indication that the conference will be all, we were indeed delighted. The session we are going to preside on is really at the heart of the Teacher Service Commission, as it is in the business of improving service delivery and learner contact time, because by doing that, we will make this country a better one. The Commission during the last few years pursued a wide range of reforms. The reforms were largely aimed at improving teaching and learning, and ultimately learning outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, the reforms have been dramatic and value-based and turned around practice in the delivery of the competency-based curriculum. CBC core competence on digital literacy is at the heart of the Commission activities in assisting the teachers to integrate ICT in teaching and learning process. The Commission has effectively coordinated the CBC teacher training through multi-agency approach, and we are going to start the preparation of the junior secondary school teachers from end of April to May 2022. The Commission, in the same breath, pursued technological innovations which were able to contribute and improve the digital platforms and enhance service delivery on teacher management issues. The Director ICT will articulate innovation as related to learner-centered approaches and improvement of service delivery to the teachers of this great country. We have done a lot of talking. In the past forums, and we would appreciate if the session could be more interactive, with more of you providing feedback on the TSC service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, after the presentation we are going to make, we will have an open forum, and this open forum is supposed to solicit a lot of information, a lot of feedback, so that as we go back, we are able to put this into the works and improve even our service delivery a lot more. The session will be organized into 3 subsections or sessions. We will begin briefly in teaching and learning, and finally, during the open forum, respond to the concerns of participants. I know Chair Ndimuli articulated a number of issues. We will respond to that. And even before that, there were issues that we have been given. The directors here form a very big bench, and they will be able to articulate, ventilate on those issues, so that as the principals leave this venue, they are able to say, yes, this is the response to that. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to introduce the directors we have come with from the headquarters, and our regional and county directors who are here with us today. I want to begin with the directors at the headquarters. If you may stand. Yes. We are 9 in number, and we will be able to articulate on the issues. Can the directors move and occupy these seats, please? And then can I request the regional directors to also stand up, and we see. Again, you can see the regional directors from the 8 regions. If you could say hello to them. Thank you very much. Can I now invite the county directors to stand up and say hi? Yes, yes. Thank you. Can I also invite the TSC sub-county directors, CSOs, who are also here? Thank you very much. Thank you. I wish to take this opportunity to invite the Director, Quality Assurance and Standards, Dr. Ruben Zamburi, who will present, and invite again the Director, ICT, to present on the innovations. Director Ruben, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our Director and Administration Services. The National Chair, thank you for inviting Teachers Service Commission, the officers, our regional directors in the Ministry and Teachers Service Commission, our county directors from the Ministry and Teachers Service Commission, our other field officers, and our teachers. Good morning. Good morning. I want to go through the teacher innovativeness towards learner-centered curriculum, and from the onset I want to say that the implementation of the competency-based curriculum, which is the learner-centered curriculum that we are implementing, has already taken off. We are now at grade 5. Monday, we are starting at grade 6, and in January 2023, we will be in grade 7, and we continue. I want to say that in improving the quality of the schoolwork, which all of you are involved, we require a dynamic, which is basically open to innovations and changes that are brought by the development in the modern society. It is very important that all of us realize the society that we are having today is a society that is very inquisitive, and even including the learners that we have. And when we talk about the innovations, we are talking about the question of having, how do we have good new ideas and new applications and new products that are adopted by individuals and the society to innovation, so that there can be change and there can be development in the things that we are undertaking. And all of you are aware that education basically is the ground that prepares production of innovations, and it is affected by the innovations that it produces itself, and the interaction that is there between the innovativeness that we are talking about continues. The key issue that we need to be thinking about as teachers is how innovative are we as teachers as we begin to engage with the competency-based curriculum. Do we have the core competencies that are required? And our PS Joan alluded on on Tuesday, that competency-based curriculum is basically a methodology, and this methodology is one that is fundamental in bringing up the issues of good and quality teaching, because innovations must begin to change the pedagogical approach of how we do things, and also improving the process of the teaching itself and the results that we are talking about. So when we talk about the teacher innovativeness, we are asking ourselves, then what is it? It is basically a multidimensional construct. It's a concept which may include the things that I want to mention is the teacher's attitudes towards the adoption of a specific innovation, which needs to be in our mind, all of us. What are the attitudes of your teachers in the aspect of looking at the adoption of the innovations that we want to bring on board, particularly making sure the aspect of the teacher changes from being in front and gets into the inside part of the class. Then the second one is their internalization of their adopted innovations. There are quite a number of innovations that are there for teaching the sciences, for teaching the arts. That's why today we are moving away even from the issue of STEM, and we are now introducing STEAM. That is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. So that the issues of art are also inbuilt in the innovations that we are coming on board. How much have our teachers internalized this? And how much are we prepared for continued participation in change in the professional activities? Because there must be change of mind, change of attitude, and change the way we do things so that we can be able to get to be innovative. I want to say teachers have a great role in education in order to meet the changing expectations of the individuals and the society, and keep up with the changes must be open to innovations. The competence-based curriculum requires teachers that are open to innovations, teachers that are not now going to be standing in the center and just telling the children to receive knowledge and information, but they should be willing to have the children give them the information, which then they can be able to construct and analyze to make it happen in class. And teachers need to be innovative in their behaviors, to raise people who can produce and use innovation. That is what competence-based curriculum is looking at all about. That our teachers will require to have a different mindset of innovations, and then begin to think about how to produce a learner who can produce an innovation and also use the same innovation. And in this context, the innovative behavior can be defined as the process in which new ideas are developed, they are created, they are implemented, and they are changed by the teachers to evaluate their performance. You need to look at how do you produce an innovation? How do you create one as a teacher? How do you develop one? How are you going to be implementing? How are you going to be making sure you have accepted the change that has actually occurred? And I want to ask you as principals, the many years or the short years that you have been in school, if somebody asked you, name at least 2 innovations you have undertaken in your school that have improved learning, teaching and learning process, which ones can you name? You are next to somebody, just tell somebody 2. Just touch somebody and tell him 2 of them that you have implemented, that have really improved the teaching and learning process. That is what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. We know that in the traditional teacher-centered curriculum, teachers ask and students answer questions. Teachers choose what the students will be working on, and they deliver the instruction. Often the whole class is involved at once. But when we talk about the student-centered curriculum, we are talking about the question of a personalized classroom. The teacher works with the students and has the resources and the supports that they need to take the risk and follow the students read. When we are talking about a learner-centered curriculum, what exactly does it involve? One, it involves the new content that has been developed by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum, which is having written down designs, curriculum designs, which are very flexible, which the teachers are going to be taken through on how to interpret those designs in order to begin thinking from the normal aspect they have been having. And the designs are quite well done because they are giving the teacher even the learning experiences, they are giving the teacher the kind of assessment aspects, and even providing the rubrics that the teacher won't be thinking about. So there is a lot of new change that has really occurred in the teaching and learning. The second one is the change of the learning environment. The learning environment, the way the learners sit, because they will be requiring the learners to have a lot of collaboration, a lot of discussion, a lot of understanding of how to share ideas with one another. That will even be quite a lot in the learner-centered curriculum that we are talking about. And therefore, the issue of the sitting arrangement, will they sit facing the teacher, or will they sit facing one another in order for them to be able to collaborate? These are the things that will be taking the teachers through during the teacher training aspect that is going to be there. Then automatically, the learning resources that are required. There is quite a lot that you require to even begin innovating, but the competence-based curriculum is basing itself on the improvisation of resources. That where you are, you need to customize the curriculum, you need to adapt a lot of resources around your area. It is also thinking about you improvising a lot of learning, teaching resources that are around your area, so that the reduction of the question of where are we buying is not there. This is something that is very critical, ladies and gentlemen. The other thing is the way of teaching, the pedagogy. The pedagogy has completely changed. When we are talking about the delivery method, we are not just going to be using a lecture method. Competence-based learning requires that there will be a lot of inquiry learning, there will be a lot of experimentation, there will be a lot of demonstration that learners will be involved in, and there will be a lot of questioning. The learners will be questioning a lot. Why is this occurring? Why isn't it occurring this way? And these are things that we need to really to begin preparing ourselves. The other aspect of it is the teacher as a facilitator. In the learner-centered curriculum, we are looking at the teacher as the facilitator. The teacher will be facilitating knowledge, and he will be getting the knowledge and sharing with the learners, and facilitating the learners to demonstrate and show that it is really working. And the other one is the assessment methods. We are not going to be having, this boy is having 10 out of 15. We are removing that. That will come as a value. But what will be very critical is that we will be introducing assessment methods of looking at what the learner has done. On the question of observation, you will be observing the learner, you will be seeing the kind of demonstrations that they have done, the kind of practicals they are going to be coming up with, and these things are going to continually be brought out. And therefore, we are saying the assessment methods are going to be very critical. In primary, those ones who are parents, you know, we have introduced the question of saying the learner has met expectation. The learner has done this. And we are saying the formative assessments are going to be very critical to the grading of the learner and the way the learner is going to be even transiting to the next level. And we are saying every learner has the potential. So no learner is really foolish. Every aspect the learner has, they have a potential which can be brought out. And the other aspect that we really need to, we are putting in consideration on the competence-based curriculum is the issue of the parent as a supporter. That requires to be brought on board. And that's why you find even in the teacher performance appraisal, we introduced the issue of collaboration with the stakeholder, and the parent is a stakeholder. So this is linking very well with what the Commission has put on board and what we are really going to be getting. And therefore, involvement of parents is going to be very critical because there are some things the parent will be required to discuss with the learners as they continue in the learning process. And all of you know we have introduced the community service learning, where the learner will be going to the community to serve the community in the different areas where they have been where they have real interests and the potentials. So these are some of the things that we will be looking at. And we're asking ourselves, then why should we go and begin to be innovative? We are saying, in order for us to think as education which is reformed, we have to begin realizing there is a lot that is changing in the society today in the question of science and technology. These are things that we really need to think about, ladies and gentlemen. And we are also saying there is a lot of review in our education institutions that is taking into consideration the teaching environment, the teaching principles, the methods, the technological tools in order to review the changing aspects. And therefore, in order for us then to think about innovativeness as teachers, we need to think about what is the teacher's perception of innovations. We need also to think about what are the behaviors and commitments of teachers in the issue of innovations. We also need to think about the attitudinal commitment. The attitudinal commitment. It is what will make us have the change that we require. And the openness to influence the changes that we are really looking at. And the question of the supportive and the motivational climate that we will require to make this happen. And therefore, finally, in a competence-based curriculum, teachers will be moving between groups of learners. They will be facilitating discussions and helping students explore and set goals, and may be engaged in instruction with a few students at a time. And their classrooms may be flexible in the seating and the decision making, and they will be working independently in groups. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are saying CBC requires that teachers are retooled to handle the new areas in the curriculum and harness the potential, the interests, and the skills of the learners. Thank you.
I wish to call upon Director Charles Gishira to present on the innovations. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Director Charles Gishira, Director ICT for Teacher Service Commission. I wish to first thank the Kesha Chair, the Kesha Executive, for being able to organize this activity. It is a good opportunity for your members and the delegates here to discuss and agree on issues that needs to move the schooling future of and the education future of this country forward. From the Commission, in terms of the automation journey, so far we need to see where we came from and how we are where we are. The Commission, when the Commission was started, we had about 39,725 teachers, according to the records that are there when the Commission was started, and about 6,501 education institutions or public education institutions. Then when we look at the numbers now, we have over 340,000 teachers, and we have about 30,000 public education institutions in the country. Now, to manage these numbers and to manage this institution, there is no shortcut but to ensure that you have an efficient way of keeping records and maintaining records and even managing those records. And that is where automations come in. We automate for different reasons, and for the Commission, the main aim is to ensure there is proper management, there is need for future planning, there is need for research in terms of there is thank you. We need to manage the institutions, we need to manage teachers, there is need for future planning, there is need for research, there is need for also advising the national government as one of the mandate of the Commission. And you are not able to do this without having proper data, proper records, and this is where automation comes in. And again, automation is a journey that is anchored in the Commission vision, which states a transformative teaching service for quality education. And therefore, we have to transform with time. The Commission has a strategic plan, and the latest one is 2019-2023. And in the strategic plan, we have 3 pillars. One of the pillars is service delivery reengineering, which seeks to strengthen and integrate the systems and structures to improve efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery in the Commission. If you look at the strategic plan, it has 12 objectives, and two of those objectives is to automate the TSC processes, and the second one is to establish information security and disaster recovery systems for the Commission. Now, before you even come there, we have, in 2020, August 7th, the national government, through Gazette Notice 5472, published a national ICT policy, which has 4 focus areas. One is the mobile first, 2 is the market, 3 is skills and innovation, and the 4th one is public service delivery. I will not talk about the 3, I will mention what the 4th one does, public service delivery. So under the public service delivery, the government policy states as follows. It is our policy that all government services must be available online to every Kenyan, that every Kenyan has access, and that government services are delivered quickly and fully at the time and the place they are needed. So the government is committed through its policy to move to automation so that as customers and consumers of government services, you teachers and the other public are able to access those services when and wherever they are needed. And the Commission is also trying to do that in a number of things. The Commission has developed a number of systems. I'll mention a few and probably look at some of the ones that affect you directly. So one of the systems is known as the Human Resource Management Information System, HRMIS, and it has a number of modules, about 10 modules. But some of the ones that touch on you and the chair has mentioned includes the leave module, where our teachers apply for leave. The recruitment module, where the recruitment of teachers happens. So teachers don't go now to school to take their documents, and they are able to sit from wherever they have access to computers or internet and apply. Then we have the transfer module, where, as the chair mentioned, transfers are applied online. Then there is one that probably most of you are not aware until now you go to retirement. We have a pension module which we are using to automate the pension process. Most of these things are done back office, and therefore we are trying to help the HR so that the pension is done smoothly through automation. And of course, we also have a module for discipline, which they also use to keep records and also automate their processes, ensure the cases are organized in time, in places, reports are posted there, and it becomes easy to and faster for them to process. Then one of the other systems that is almost being completed, we have a system known as Electronic Document Management System, EDMS. And this system is turning all the teachers' files into a digital format. This one will ensure that because we are at 88% completion. We have already rolled it out in the head office. We are looking forward to roll it out to the field, to the county offices, so that our officers in the field are able to access teachers' files and make decisions. And I've had Chair mention about delegation. So some of the functions are a bit difficult to delegate because our field officers need to access the teacher's file and make some decision. So this system will enable some of these devolving of these functions to the counties and the sub-county offices, where they are able now to access files for teachers and be able to make decisions. So issues of missing files, misplaced files, file cannot be found, are now a thing of the past in the Commission, since we have already rolled out. And 88% of teachers' files are already online, and our officers are not issuing the physical files. They are using this system to access files and make decisions. Then we have a system known as a teachers online system, which has 5 key modules in it. And this one you have interacted with most of these for a long time. One module in this system is used for teacher registration, and of course most of you are already past that. But for those wishing to join the teaching service and therefore they are registering, this is the system they use. They now don't need to carry documents and so on. So they use teacher registration. I know I'm working with my colleague, Dr. Damburi. We are almost at the tail end of having the online register, certificate, so that once you register, you will not now be required to come to the Commission to look for your register. So to look for your certificate, you should be able to download your certificate. We are just finishing some small final areas, then it will be released. Then we have Teacher Management Information System, commonly known as TIMIS. This is a very important system to the Commission and to the government at large. All our colleagues here, both in the field and the head office, require the principals to update data on this system. Whatever data we have is what you have given us, and it is in that system. So we are requesting the principals to make sure that they continually update that system. We are trying to, I know we are in the process of trying to see how we can upgrade it to make it more friendly and to integrate it with other systems so that the update is much easier. We have the advertisement for promotion module, which I think has been mentioned, which you use to apply for promotion. Then we have the declaration of income assets and liabilities, which is a system you use every 2 years to declare your wealth as a requirement by the law. Then we have a system that we rolled out recently, I think a year or a year and a half, known as deployment, entry and exit. We use it for the last 2 loading or onboarding of teachers. While you have been in the teaching service for a long time, new teachers find it a bit difficult to get their first salaries. And these are people who have taught for the month, and it used to take a long time for these teachers to get their first salary. So this one is helping you to receive the teachers. The teachers are already uploaded, and this is also going to help you. You will not have a case where you have forged teachers coming with forged letters. Because if a teacher is not in the system, then is not supposed to be in that, you cannot receive them technically. So this one is now making it easier for you. You will not need to call and ask, is this one of our teacher? I don't have their records, and so on and so forth. Then we have a system known as TIPE, which you have been using for a long time. And this is a system that has even won the Commission Continental Cup, where we participated last year but won. And this system has the payslips. We have the P9 statements, which you are required to use to carry out your tax returns. Then it has third-party data capture, which also helps teachers to get their loans approved, and so on and so forth. Not very long. We are still working on the modalities. We want to verify all our teachers, and this will be done on that system by their supervisors. Then, of course, we have TPAD. I don't need to talk about that. I know there is a time we had issues, but most of them have disappeared. As teachers were not sleeping, and my colleagues in the field offices were not sleeping, I was also not sleeping, trying to look for solutions to make it work. And I know we are also working to improve on some of the areas. We have other systems. One of them, we have a system we rolled out, and a circular was released, which we gave all teachers, all head of institutions, official emails. Now, most of those emails were licensed, most of them were activated, but we are having a challenge in usage. I am requesting you as the head of institutions to start making use of these emails, because the only way we can tell that this is the principal of Kapsabet boys sending this email is when we can see it has at mwalimu.tsc.go.ke. And these things, as we prepare, because we are preparing the ground, are going to probably replace the papers you have been writing letters. Because once you send an email from your office and from anywhere, then you are sure that that document has reached the required institution. The Secretariat is already complying 99.9%, and I can assure you, if you send an email to any of these county directors, because that is how we communicate with them, they will receive them. If you send an email to the sub-county directors using their official emails, then they will receive them. So I am requesting you look at this. Amongst that, a system that is also there is Teams. With the emails, you have Teams, which for the chair, Machakos Boys, and I think we did test with the pilot is being done, Machakos Boys and Starehe Girls. who are remotely teaching 5 institutions each. And the system they are using, apart from the physical system, the laptop is a normal laptop, the projector is almost the same. Apart from those and the microphone required, the system they are actually using is Teams, which you have. If you activated your email, you just require to use the same credentials to log into Teams. And you can create. There is no reason why the principals interested in or from a certain county cannot have meetings virtually. We have been having meetings virtually from the commission board. The commission board, led by the former chair, Dr. Nzomo, when COVID broke out and the institutions were closed, they never missed any single meetings, even the current board. And this management, my colleagues here, they've never missed any meeting because we have been using virtual, the Teams to carry out our meetings. Even when we are here, I know we have also participated in some of management meetings. So I'm requesting you to go and look at those because since you already have a circular on the same, it is a matter of time then we start enforcing. So take advantage of that. So the final thing I would want to mention is, and probably my colleague, is because I'm involved in it, and probably my colleague in legal will bring this, is something to do with, there is a law that was passed, Data Protection Act of 2019. And this one touches on sharing data. I remember the first day the chair, we had the first day of this event, the chair requested the people displaying the PowerPoints not to share them with the media and so on and so forth. It is something to do with the Data Protection Act. Some of us have already been affected. I think I saw it on the media. An institution whereby somebody came, took a photo of the book that we leave for visitors and so on, and the learners, and they were able to con parents. I think it was in the media. So issue of personal data is becoming critical in this country, and before you are taken to court for sharing either parents' data or learners' data, you need to take control of the data you have, especially personal data. Where are these learners? What is their name? What is the name of their parents? What is the mobile number of their parents? Where are they unwell? And so on and so forth. It is becoming a sensitive area, and I thought it is important that I mention that as my last point. Otherwise, we have moved far. We have a lot of achievements we have made. We quietly are continuing to look for solutions, and we are waiting for the day that we are able to solve your problems so that we can be able to come and help you solve problems relating to automations in schools and curriculum delivery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Charles. Thank you, Director Ruben. I think we can put our hands together for them in a manner that is, why don't we do those of us who are there during the Kanu days? 1, 2, 3. Funga. Now ufungue. So thank you. We now want to begin the question and answer session. We have already a good number of questions that require to be responded, and I wish to call upon the Director Legal, Calvin Anyor, to begin the presentation on the responses. Juan Anyor, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning again. Why are you not very happy? Your questions have not been answered. We are going to deal with them. Don't worry about the questions. My brief is very small. My name is Kevin Anyuor. Mimi ni wakili wa tume. Don't struggle with so many words. Just call me Wakili, how are you? That will be fine. I will deal with 3 issues. One is TPD. There's a question in what Chair gave us yesterday on TPD. I will slightly touch on the promotions and the alleged stagnation of colleagues who are in D3. Because I hear that is where the rubber meets the road. I will touch on the promotion in ASAL areas. Because, again, in this memorandum, there is a hue and cry. A promotion of principals in ASAL areas is not going on very well. The reason I will touch those 3 areas is because they form part and parcel of the CBA that we signed on 13th of July, 2021. So carry me along. I will try as much as possible not to bore you up with the law. I will try to communicate in a language that all of us can understand. I want to start with the TPD. I don't have a presentation because these were questions. I want to confirm, and you can place this one on the record, that TPD is not a policy of the Teacher Service Commission. Teacher professional development is not a policy of the Teacher Service Commission. TPD is a statutory requirement, a requirement of the law. You all know that laws are not made in TSC headquarters. Laws are made in Parliament. If you read around Article 90 of the Constitution, it says that the legislative authority of the Republic of Kenya vests in the National Assembly and the county assemblies. I think the principals from Kiambu County are in this hall. How many of you have come from Kiambu County? Kiambu, principals Kiambu. They are not here. We met sometime last year or early this year, and we talked about this. What I want you to carry home is 1. If you read Section 35 of the TSC Act, Section 35, it requires that every teacher in the teaching profession, not employed by TSC, all teachers must undertake a TPD program. It is a requirement of the law. It is a compliance issue. It is not a requirement of the employer. The reason is, for the last 50 or so years, the teaching profession has lagged behind. Every profession in the world, not in Kenya, every profession in the world do what we call annual renewal of licenses. Because you must practice that profession. You must be a proud member of that profession. And you renew your practicing license on a yearly basis. That is what is done in every profession in Kenya. So the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya decided that teaching service cannot be left behind. That is why some people have never recognized teaching as a profession. Teaching is the oldest profession that we have, and we must protect it from quacks. We must put away those people who purport to be teachers. Teachers must get their qualifications right, get admitted into the teaching profession, but continuously improve their professional capacity through TPDs. So I want you to go home knowing very well that TPD is a compliance requirement underpinned in the law. It is not a policy that TSC decided to roll out from their own initiative. There has been allegations outside there that TPD was not subjected to public participation. I know our colleagues from the union were here, and I think we have done a good job with the unions. TPD started in 2012 when the TSC Act was enacted. An act of parliament cannot be enacted without public participation. In more so the Teacher Service Commission Act, every clause in that act was negotiated with the unions, with the professional associations, taken to Parliamentary Committee on Delegated Legislation and Parliamentary Committee on Education, and then it was adopted by the House as an act of parliament. So we underwent all that. The elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen, and which we appreciate, is the 6,000. Everybody has agreed that TPD is good, but how do we fund it? That is the elephant in the room. As it stands now, we are making efforts to have Parliament contribute towards TPD so that it is paid by government. However, those are attempts that have not borne any fruit. So we will continue implementing the TPD, and the cost, as it stands now, has to be borne by the professional himself, that is the teacher. When Parliament finally allocates funds, if they so do, all of us will be happy that the Republic can support TPD in that regard. So that is all I wanted to say about TPD. Let me go to the issue of stagnation of D3s. We need to understand how we came here. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be very candid with this discussion because it is a discussion that we should all have. How did we arrive at D3, D4, and D5? These were not grades which were in the teaching service. But what happened is this. In 2010, you passed a constitution. That constitution created SRC. In 2016, Teacher Service Commission and SRC sat together and conducted what is called job evaluation. Are we together? Job evaluation. While we were conducting the job evaluation, it became apparent that the worth of a job over principal, the worth of a job over head teacher, the worth of a job of a senior master, and that of a deputy principal could not be compared with the worth of a job of a classroom teacher. The results of the job evaluation placed administrative grades separate from the non-administrative cadre. And I know you have been accused of having the highest chunk of the CBA billions in the past. The truth of the matter is, a principal is not an ordinary teacher. Apart from taking your lessons, you are involved in other fundamental administrative work, which the other teachers are not undertaking. So when job evaluation was done, that work was valued, and it became higher in the scale, more than that of a classroom teacher. And therefore the principals, and let me just talk about the principals, were given 3 grades only. The highest grade in the apex is D5, then D4, and the lowest grade for any person heading any institution in the Republic of Kenya should be at D3. I know there are principals in this room who are not in D3. I know there are people who are still in D1. And I know that in ASAL and hard-to-staff areas, C4 and C3. But I will respond to that. So we only have 3 grades for principals of secondary schools. That category includes semester, includes the diploma colleges, and includes any other institution that is within the teaching service, Kesha and the rest. So the dream of every principal who is sitting in this hall should be to be in one of those 3 grades. Once you get into those 3 grades, then you see how do you move from D3 to D4, and when you reach D5, then we can say that you have hit the apex of the teaching profession. I know the chair has recommended that we go to E1, because E1 is now the next grade. My finance director is here. He will advise whether he has resources so that we can go to E1, so that Machako School could be headed by 2 principals. Those are discussions for another day. But let me say this. On 30th of June 2017, we converted teachers to the new grades. And any teacher who was in job group R and Q was converted to which grade? To which grade? To D5. Any teacher, not any principal. Because you and me know in the old dispensation, we had classroom teachers who were called chief. They had the grade of a chief, but they were in class. Is that true? Everybody who was in Q and R was converted to D5. Whether you have a school or not, because we said that money has come, we cannot discriminate. So Q and R were taken to D5. Do you know how many were there? In the old dispensation, how many teachers were in job group R? Extremely few. There were less than 100 teachers in Kenya. If I'm not wrong, I'm told there were around 72 teachers who were chief principals then. So Q and R went to D5. Then there was this job group P. Where were they taken? All teachers who were in job group P were taken to D4. And I want you to be very clear in that. If you are not taken to D4 and you are a P, as at 30th June 2017, if you are in this room, see me after this. All of them were taken to D4. Then the bomb blast happened, and this was the bomb blast. Principals who were in M and N. Principals, not teachers. And I want you to follow me very closely. Principals who are in job group M and N. And as you know, majority of our schools were headed by principals in M and N. They were all converted to D3. So if you ask me, why is D3 having the highest chunk of our principles. There are two answers. One is the pyramid. You know the pyramid? In life, as you grow, the zenith becomes small, the base becomes wider. It is a reality of life. In any organization, talk to any HR practitioner, the base must be wide, because there's only so much that can go, so much that can go to the zenith. So, majority of our principles are in D3 because they were in M and N. But how much did we put in D3 if you were converted? When we were converting on 1st of July 2017, how much did we put in D3? How much did we put in D4? And how much did we put in D5? Ladies and gentlemen, if you compare whatever was put in those grades, then we can all attest that on 1st of July, all of us at least got a salary review on 1st of July 2017. Today, we are in 2022, 5 years down the line. There's one thing that we have not managed to sort out, and that is why we are calling this period transition. This is the reason that we have D1s and D2s holding administrative positions in secondary schools. Our intention as a commission is to advertise as much as possible so that we pull the D1s and the D2 to go to D3, because that is where they belong. And since 2017, several adverts have been put with a view to attract these colleagues who remained in D1 and D2 so that we take them to D3. In the process, you will have D3s who are posted in county schools. Then you will have D3s also posted in extra county and national schools. That is a reality. But we made a decision that let us give money first. Then placement afterwards. We did not imagine having as a principal stay where he was when money has been allocated for their promotion. So placement to the appropriate category of school is going on, and that is why we are in a transition. Once the transition is done, then we will have the promotions going to the next grade as it should be. But I want to caution you that there's something we call approved establishment. In any organization, in any public service institution, you must have approved establishment per grade so that you have a ceiling. How many people can you take to D5? We have moved from 72, and we target over the entire national schools, the entire extra county schools, the entire diploma colleges, the entire TTCs, and semester and KISE. All that should go to the apex. When that is done, you will realize that we have moved from the original R of 72 teachers in Kenya to over 3,000 teachers in D5. And that is the dream of every principal in this school, in this hall. I know we will be advertising in the next so few days, but for D1s, D2s, D3s. Those people will be able to join D3, others will be able to go to D4. So it is a continuous process. Let us not lose hope. We shall reach there. The other issue I want to tackle is on the promotion of teachers in ASAL. I want to address the issue of promotion in ASAL areas. Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you here have read the CBA of 21-25? 2021-2025. How many? I have a question here where it is said that why did we have a CBA which did not have monetary gain? I will address that. But if you read clause 9, and I want to appeal to you as the center of gravity. You know, the principles are the center of gravity. There are some documents that you must download from the website and have them in your folders so that you look complicated. One of those documents that you must have in your folder is the CBA, so that you help us to deal with these questions that emerge from the ground, because we know things on the ground are different. If you read clause 9 of that CBA, it addresses promotion of teachers in ASAL areas. Truth be told, because of the principle of affirmative action, a decision was made that we cannot have teachers coming from Kenya, in quotes, to compete with teachers serving in ASAL and hard-to-staff areas for promotional vacancies. So these institutions have been isolated so that we also promote the teachers who come from those areas. So that, and the principal who spoke here on day one, I agree with you entirely. There are certain things that cannot be done following certain rules, and you just become silent and you do them, and TSC will also not follow you because we also understand the ground. We said at clause 9 that teachers in ASAL and hard-to-staff areas holding administrative positions shall be promoted progressively. The key word there is progressively. We understand that there is a C3 teacher, not a C1. The principal talked of a C1. I don't think there's a C1 heading a school, because C1 is a grade for entry for diploma. Graduates enter at C2. After 3 years, they move to C3. There is likelihood that there are principals who are in C3 in ASAL and hard-to-staff areas. This is the decision that we have made and which we negotiated in the CBA and which we currently enforce. That if you are in C3, you will move progressively after every three years, so that you reach D3, because the ultimate goal is to reach D3. But there was no way we could take a C3 and jump 3, 4, 5 grades and take them to D3. That was a little bit impossible, looking also at the financial resources. So a decision was made that every 3 years, an advert will be done. And this advert is not done for purposes of competition. This advert is done for purposes of suitability. And our county directors and from ASAL and hard-to-staff areas, and the regional directors in ASAL and hard to staff areas are monitoring this progression on a daily basis so that we will advertise to take this person who is at C3 to C4. Without Kiswahili mingi, we will take them to C4, we will take them to C5, we'll take them to D1, take them to D2, and finally they will arrive at their destination, which is D3. So, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why all this is happening the way they are is we reinforced a 54 billion budget to implement the CBA. And if we do something outside this 54 billion, then we may not get it. And that is why our teachers who have been serving even in national schools, but are not in D5, we did not chase them away. We did not tell them, because you are in D3, now leave this school because this school should be headed by a D5. We did not do that. Because these are principals who have served and have served with excellence. Now that money has come, you can't chase them away. Now that money has come, you can't chase them away. We said, we will grow you until you reach there without chasing you away. And that is why the promotion has been progressive. And ultimately, we will reach there. And once we reach there with the 54 billion, then everybody will get his fair share. Lastly, I'm finishing so that I leave the rest to my colleagues. So I have talked about clause 9. Please go and read clause 9 of the CBA. If you don't want to go through the entire document, please check at clause 9. But before I leave this stage, I want to make a passionate appeal to our principals. If you read the definition of a head of institution in section 2 of the TSC Act, or if you go to the Basic Education Act, which will refer you to the TSC Act, you will know that a principal plays the dual mandate of a secretary to the Board of Management and the lead educator is responsible for curriculum supervision. Ladies and gentlemen, this dual mandate is in the law. What I want to urge you to do is to become abreast with these policies. These policies, whenever they are dispatched, print them, put them in your folder, and try to be the most complicated teacher in the school. Don't let your juniors understand this CBA better than you do. So with those few remarks, I want to leave the rest of the questions to other directors, and I think they will do a good job. Thank you.
Let's give Director Anyor a round of applause. I wish to call upon Director Rita, the Director in charge of staffing, to clarify on the issues that touch on her docket.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, thank you very much, Director Annual, for starting out most of the issues that were touching on staffing directorate in relation to promotions. And therefore, I will not repeat because in the interest of time. But I would wish to make a very special appeal to our school principals. On the same breath, kindly educate our teachers during staff meetings on that promotion process based on the CBA. The same case with the deputies and the senior teachers, so that we are all educated on the promotion process. Now, I'll talk about teacher internship, and I'll be brief on this. We have had the concerns, and progressively we are addressing that. I do not want to repeat what we went through with the first internship program, because probably that is what interfered with the very good intentions as much as possible in the additional recruitment of 2021-2022 financial year, and also the replacements that we have done. We have tried as much as possible to retain the teacher interns in their respective schools, and this one we should be able to handle it going forward. Now, but I want to challenge all of us on the role of mentor-mentee relationship, because the policy was very clear. Then, of course, also the agreement was, the signed agreement was also very clear, so that we mentor these teachers and as mentees, because the Commission very clearly gave the role of the mentor and the mentees, in addition to the teacher interns. The other issue that came on, I said I will not touch on promotions because it has been done very well. I know the director, legal, has not mentioned about the concern by the chair on exit. But I want also to pose a question and also a case study. If I, as the director staffing, have issues on omission and commission, and I'm taken through disciplinary process by the board, where will they take me? So I think with that, you can also answer on the issue of exit, because it is an appointment, it's a substantive position, and therefore, basically, if I am disciplined, then you know what will happen. I give myself as a case study. Now, there was an issue on shortage of teachers in Oronyiro and Cherab, Sericho. That could be zones in Marsabit. Kindly allow me, whoever was concerned about staffing that in those zones, to sort out that with the county director, because it seems like there's an issue on the issue of teacher interns, and that one we should be able to check what could be the issue and address that particular issue. The issue of some principles still in D2, it has been clearly explained here. I don't intend to repeat that. Sub-county school principals not considered for promotion, that one has been responded to very appropriately. Severe shortage of teachers in the county, Garissa County, and I think I have engaged this morning the regional director, Northeastern, because in June 2020, there was an advert placed specifically to give affirmative action to ensure that teachers in that region are recruited to replace those who left the region, and up to now the forms are available for any teacher that graduates and in that region, and we are able to consider them. Nonetheless, the additional recruitments are open for all teachers from within the country. Substantive appointment, I think are not. Teacher interns should be confirmed on permanent. I think the adverts are normally very clear. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why I said my work was made very easy by my colleague director. As I conclude, I want to make a very special appeal to all of us. And if you find me repeating, it is because this is where the rubber meets the road. The Commission is in the additional mandate, was mandated to review the demand for and supply of teachers. And for us to be able, the Commission to be able to advise the national government on this, we must have correct data, and therefore teacher management information system, which is a live data, must be accurate at all times. Remember, the entry point is the school. So can we do something on a daily basis on that? And principals, I want to appeal to you, don't over-delegate on that one. Exit and entry, we want our teachers onboarded immediately after they report for duty. If you have any challenges, that is why we have both on under TMIS and entry exit. That's where we have sub-county directors next to you for support, and we have also the county directors and ICT officers to support you on this so that we ensure that that is done. And that way, ladies and gentlemen, we should be able to have very few teachers losing school time. That will reduce the mobility of teachers to the TSA headquarters, because we want those teachers in class. We also don't want the teachers to spend their resources traveling at the expense of their other budgetary requirements to manage their own personal lives. So I also want to make an appeal on that one, and especially on transfers. Majority of the teachers coming to the headquarters to follow their transfer requests are the under 5. And I think we have made it very clear to our officers, we need to explain to these teachers that there is a requirement before they get recruited. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, as much as possible, let us educate our teachers that most of these services, including a follow-up of a transfer, can be done through the office of our officers just next to you. So let's do a lot of education on our teachers so that we can have these teachers in class, and so that we can also minimize a lot of unnecessary expenditure. And finally, also on school principals, we have noted of late, we have quite a number of you coming to the TSC headquarters to follow up staffing issues. I'm making a special appeal. Most of those issues can be sorted out by the county directors, and then by extension, the regional directors can be able to very effectively communicate to us on what is it that needs to be done. But the ultimate of all this is correct data, correct information. TMIS is what we use to identify the shortage and also the subject combinations requirement. So if it is not well updated, then definitely we are likely to have a clash on your requirements and what we have in record. So going forward, TMIS shall continue to be the module that we shall use to determine what is your level of staffing, what is your level of shortage, and the subject requirements. And then, of course, that will also form the basis of decision making based on the budgetary allocation that is given to us every financial, that is allocated to the Commission every year for recruitment of additional teachers. Thank you very much for giving me a listening ear. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's put our hands for Director Rita, our hands together. I wish to invite Director Julius Olayo, the Director in charge of Human Resource Management and Development, to clarify on the issues that touch on his docket.
Thank you very much. Chairman, colleagues, delegates, and partners, good morning. Is it afternoon or morning? Now that I'm on the podium, I have some authority to deviate, at least to wake you up. So, delegates, my name is Dr. Julius Olayo. I'm the Director, Human Resource Management and Development at the Teachers Service Commission. So I want to address a few issues. I will not take long. The issues that were shared with us, they are more or less very close. So I have listed about 5 of them. So one of the issues was the concern that we have a number of you, the principals, who go back to school. Then maybe you get your master's, then you get your PhD, then you get another PhD. But you are wondering when you come back, the commission is not considering those papers for promotion. There are things they call input factors. Of course, input factors is one of them is the qualification. There is also the experience. There is what they call the span of control. There is also the kind of financial and the asset that you control. So they use a number of factors. And one of the methodologies they use, they call it the Patterson methodology to undertake job evaluation. So when you do your additional qualifications, when you come back, sometimes it becomes very difficult in terms of considering you for an automatic promotion. And that notwithstanding, the Commission in 8th January 2014 stopped promotion on acquiring of higher qualifications. Very briefly, was the concern on hardship allowance. This boiled back again to SRC. Allowances and salaries is the purview of SRC when they undertake the job evaluation. Which the last cycle, I think just ended the other day, the one was done in 2017. So maybe the next cycle, because we participated, we made our submissions, but you recall SRC deferred implementations of the results of the job evaluation during the recent cycle because of the COVID and also the economic situation of the country. So hopefully they'll be able to revisit that. So allowances of hardship, it is not the Commission. And again, the mapping of the boundaries for the hardship is under the Ministry of Interior. We can only partner and then we compare notes and see what can be done. Then there are issues regarding allowances on municipalities. You know, Nakuru last year became a city, so they are concerned. The house allowances in Nakuru, I don't know where Kisumu, but we still consider them as major municipalities. But all the same, this is not the purview of the Commission. We still wait for the SRC to undertake it. And I think they are here in this discussion so that those considerations can be made so that the municipalities that have become cities like Nakuru, the respective or corresponding allowances, when they do their submission, the issue should be able to be addressed. Then the third item that I took from my note is on principles. They are asking to be taken under the Secretariat medical scheme. You are aware we have the teachers medical scheme, then we have the Secretariat medical scheme. So I just want to
make a few observations here. First, the terms and conditions for the teachers is very different from the secretariat. That's one. The reason is there are a number of policy documents that guide the terms and conditions for teachers. We have the CDA, we have the Board of Regulation for teachers, we have the appointment letter that define the terms, a number of papers which are different from the secretariat. The secretariat are guided by the Human Resource Policy and Procedures Manual, which outlines totally a different terms and conditions. So for this case, in terms of the medical scheme, in fact, I envy teachers, the teachers' medical scheme. My short experience in the scheme, the ground could be different, which is a discussion for another level. It's one of the best medical schemes in the region, if not in Africa. Why am I saying this? If you look at the teachers' medical scheme, in the last 2 years, I think the lowest secretariat outpatient cover for outpatient was 75,000 annually for the lowest secretariat staff. Whereas in the last 2 years, for the teachers, for the outpatient, it was 100,000 per year. You compare. Why would you want to go to the secretariat cover while they are suffering in terms of the deficit? If you look at it, under the teachers' medical cover, the last expense for a chief principal, a D5, is 600,000. Where will you get it? Our CEO is 400,000. So why are you dreaming to come to the secretariat medical cover? So I would urge you to go and check the benefit structure which are on the website so that you are able to notice the difference. And further to that, you have also an international referral under the teachers' medical cover of 1 million. And you have air evacuation, where we even pay for the air ticket, including the person that is escorting you, of 200,000, which is not in the secretariat. These people here, they are members of the secretariat. I don't think whether they are enjoying that. So just look at the benefit structure and then appreciate. Of course, we are noting when you say the ground is different, I think those issues will be discussed. I have the chairman of the contract implementation committee here, Mr. Mumin, some of the issues that you are raising here. The other one is there was a suggestion that we pay risk allowance for principals who are working in security-prone areas, like Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Yati. This boils back. The issues of allowances is not within the purview of the Commission, but we can only make the submission for consideration by SRC. So I think the last item was on the issue of house allowance, which I've already addressed. I think on the enhanced medical cover, I've also discussed. So those were the few highlights that I noted from the questions that were presented to us. Otherwise, we appreciate your support as principals. So at this point, I think I beg to leave the stage, and I will request my colleague, Director Mumin, perhaps will dwell more on EON and the NHIF issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Makofi kwa Director Dr. Julius. Now there was this one about EON underperforming, the question of consultation and simple drugs, the refusal to prescribe original, strong, expensive. This should not be the case. The instructions we have given to the scheme provider is that the teachers, principals, must get the best of attention. And we are putting them on focus, we are putting them on the spot so that teachers and principals get nothing short of what they are, what the contract says, what the scheme is supposed to provide. We have demand for these right drugs, demand for these original drugs anytime you go to a medical center. Let you not be compromised. Let you not be compromised, because we have told them time and again, and we are serious about that as an employer, that the scheme provider must provide for us in the contract. there is this issue of specialization, special doctors. Yes, this country is diverse. Some of these specializations might not be found in some of these corners. But again, within the county headquarters setup, we have again organized in such a way that a teacher who requires a gynecologist, a pediatrician, all these specializations are able to access these services. So do not shy away by asking for your rights. The question about, Chairman, delay in pre-authorization, my committee, the implementation, we have addressed that to the extent possible. I don't know whether those cases are still outstanding. But again, they must be able to serve a teacher within 10, 20 minutes. The authorization at headquarters, Minet, Belize, all know now too well that a teacher should not be kept for anything longer than 20 minutes. The county directors, the CUPET and even KUT are part of the governing council. They meet monthly to address issues that relate to the scheme, to the medical scheme. Please take advantage, call your county director in the event there is a problem. The county director has a muscle good enough to talk to the provider at the regional and at the local level. The RDs are also in the same breath having those powers of addressing scheme challenges, scheme issues. There is this one of some hospitals exaggerate medical bills for their benefit. We are now, the medical scheme provider is now having an expenditure tracking system. Anytime when you go for treatment, ensure that you're able to know your bill. The rates, the allocations given in the teacher's medical scheme are enviable. Those of us in the Secretariat do not have some of these things. So you can even exhaust your scheme within the first 1 month. Nobody should ration it for you. The question of 7 days, the question of you have come the other day, that does not arise. Some of them are taking advantage of your ignorance. In the magazine, the Image magazine, we tried to clarify and educate the teachers and the principals on the benefit structure. Read those documents and go to these medical institutions when you are armed with what your rights, the benefit structure, and everything else. There is the bit about we are looping in all the level 5 hospitals in the country because the level 5 hospitals have more of these specialized doctors, and we want the teachers to principals to take advantage of the level 5. We are signing a contract literally with every other level 5 hospital in the country, and those also in the sub-counties, level 4 and whatever else, so that in the event there isn't other provider, you are able to go, and nothing stops the teacher from seeking medication in some of the good hospitals. They should be able to refer you to Aga Khan, to Kenyatta, to Nairobi Hospital, in the event that the problem you are having demands for that. So let us not suffer in silence. The other bit that I wish to address are service delivery issues. Large numbers of principals and teachers come to the headquarters on a weekly and a monthly basis. Surely, some of these issues can be addressed at the county director, at the regional director offices. The county director offices were created to bring services closer. Many of our principals, many of our teachers transfer these institutions to come to the headquarters, yet those services, some of them are offered in the county offices. A teacher in Lodwar should be able to write at this age and point in time an email, call the headquarters, so that some of these challenges are addressed without necessarily paying 20,000 to an aircraft, to lodges and hotels, and again the risk of commuting to and fro, that coupled with the loss of contact time. So those are really the issues. We will still take a few more questions, But can I request Director Internal Audit to clarify on the biometric registration of teachers, and then Dr. Damburi on the TPD. Thank you. On the TPAD. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mumin. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You've heard my colleagues talk about very many things. My colleague Charles has told us concerning the various automations, systems, platforms, and the things that the Commission is doing. With a 350,000 cohort of teachers and 21,000 odd schools, it becomes very difficult for us to be able to use the information in its current form in decision making. As we are going into the age of data, as we are going into the age where we are saying data is the new oil, the Commission is also finding a big challenge because all these systems that you've heard my colleagues talk about have been developed out of a need, and most of them have, are having a standalone quote-unquote database. So what we are doing in the Commission, or what we thought about, especially us who are in the assurance side, my job principally is to give the Commission an assurance that everything that they are doing is right, is when we realize that there's a lot of data that is held at the Commission, but we cannot use it in its current form. We take a lot of time to peruse your files, we take a lot of time to analyze the information, and it takes a lot of time to make sense of the data. So when we sat down in management and also in the board, we thought that we do a biometric enrollment and validation of teachers. What we are going to enroll is biometrics, your fingerprints and your facial. What we are going to validate is data that we hold, and that is what will be important to us, so that as we are holding the data, we are able to make sense out of it. Because one of the objectives that we have is to know what is the teacher distribution and utilization, so that even my colleague Rita, as she's grappling with a maths physics teacher who is not fully utilized, yes, the same school is requesting for a physics teacher, which is a second subject, we are able to see how can this teacher be utilized in addition to another teacher who is there, who is again not fully utilized for some of the schools. We are also looking at the teacher specialization. We are asking ourselves, projecting to the future, how many, let me continue using maths physics teachers, are we having, and what is their age group, what is the length of their stay that is remaining, and are we going to have a problem at a certain stage, and how are we going then to advise the learning, the training institutions to train that caliber of teachers. And also to validate the enrollment in public schools, because the assignment of teachers, we all know, is based on the enrollment data of the students. One of the things that I wanted to say is that what is this BVOT going to help us with? And how are you as principals and institutional administrators going to assist us? One is going to improve in service delivery greatly, so that the data that we hold, it's be easy for a sub-county director to make a decision because they have the full information concerning a teacher. Again, it's going to have better management of the teacher resource and the learning outcomes, which is at outcome level. We are going to conduct this for all teachers who are employed under the teachers teaching, who are employed by the Commission, and also those who have been seconded to other places. And the registration and the validation will be on where is as is. So one of the things that we are currently doing, we are doing a lot of data cleansing, so that we have the data of our teachers, say in Unity Primary School. We want the teachers who will be there on that day to be the teachers we are going to enroll. Any teacher who is not going to be found to be there, we are going to have another process that we are going to use to enroll them. Because we are finding that during this transition of teachers, at times we are losing one or two teachers, and we do not know. We only get to know after an incident has happened, that there's a teacher who has been transferred from this school, expected in another school, but did not report. One of the things we also do, we did during this biometric process, the back office work, is that we undertook a data impact assessment under the Office of the Data Commissioner, so that we want to assure you that the collection, the processing, the storage, deletion, and retrieval of this data, we are working to ensure that all that is in a secured environment. And that's why we are putting a lot of effort to make sure that we get it right in the second time. We've done a pilot we did in 7 counties, 143 schools, and I know that the principals who are here could attest to the benefits that they saw that will accrue from that. What are the documentations that we'll require from the teachers? But we are going to tell you in advance, and we did that for the 143 schools that we visited. We will require the certificate of registration. We'll require every teacher who will be undertaking this process to have a national ID. We will require from them the first letter of appointment, offer of contract for teachers who are serving in contract. We are going to require the academic certificates. And under the academic certificates, we noted that because of the wide training our teachers have undertaken, for example, during the pilot, we noted that we needed data on teachers who are doing guidance and counseling. And when this issue of guidance and counseling, banning of school came up, we could not, from just a touch of a button, pick to know how many are trained, how many are in that, how many are holding those positions in their schools, and what is the capacity or deficit that we will require. So we'll also require the disability registration certificates and letters of release to programs if you're a teacher who has been released. So we are looking to undertake this exercise sometime in the next quarter. We were caught up with this elections season. We thought if we do it, it will be a high risk on ourselves. So we took the advice to do it in the next quarter, beginning July to September. We are going to find time after the elections to undertake this exercise. So we want to plead with our principals and our institutional administrators to be our champions, so that even as we are going to be undertaking this assignment, to be able to advise your teachers, to be able to educate your teachers, we're going to do a lot of IEC material, we're going to do a lot of communication, so that you participate more so in the identification of the teacher who we shall enroll. Because the principal will be the one saying that this teacher, Isaac Kamau, is my teacher and was posted to this school. So that as we move forward, we are able then to pick out on the issues. Otherwise, thank you very much, and may God bless each one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Isaac Makofi. Now, I want to give 1 minute to Director Ruben to clarify on a matter, and then 1 minute to the Director of Field Services, Doreen.
Thank you so much, Bwana Mumin. Ladies and gentlemen, an issue was raised on TPD and on CBC training by the chair. It was noted that the TPD be suspended until normal school calendar is resumed, and some TPD service providers have poor connectivity and delivery. I want to say that we cannot suspend the training of teachers on TPD because it is being done online in a flexible manner, in a flexible time, on the choice of the people that are within a certain code. Some are even doing it in the evening, some are doing it very early in the morning, some are doing it within a flexible time. So the issue of suspending it until normal school time next year is not going to be there. We are doing it online. Next year, we shall start face-to-face. And I want to note that teachers are required only to do the face-to-face program for only 5 days at the sub-county level. So they will not be required to travel to Nairobi to come and work with the service provider. They will do it at the sub-county level within a walking distance. Teacher Service Commission has contracted Mount Kenya University, Diara University, Kenyatta University, and the Kenya Education Management Institute, KEMI, to undertake the training of the teachers for the teacher professional development. So I want to request that all of you encourage your teachers to register with the service provider of their choice among the four. And once they register, then they will be able to know the program and be taken through. But as it is between now and December of 2022, we are doing TPD online, using the online mode in a flexible manner depending on the service provider. We have discussed with the service provider on the issue of the stability of their platforms and the internet connectivity, and they have gone ahead to consult with the other service providers like Safaricom, Airtel, Telecom, and Kenneth, to be able to be provided with internet that can be stable during the time they are training the teachers. So this is something that has been done, and we are really looking forward that it will continue. And we want to encourage all of you, ladies and gentlemen, from the lawyer's point of view, teacher professional development is a regulatory issue which each teacher must register and carry out the training so that they are abreast with the things that are happening in the teaching service. And therefore, let every teacher be registered. Teacher professional development is for every registered teacher, including myself. So we are required to register and do TPD. Let that be very clear to all of us so that we can be abreast of the things that are happening. The second issue on teacher training on CBC, I wanted to mention that we shall be training the teachers at the sub-county level from the date of 9th May up to the 13th. And they will be going to host institutions that the county directors will have selected so that they can be trained. And we have indicated that we will be requiring to have 6 teachers per school trained during that period. The schools that don't have 6 teachers, please note that learning must continue, so you should not have all the teachers go for the training, because this is the initial training. We shall have a number of trainings this year and before December, realizing that January of 2023 is when we are going to junior secondary. So we require that all the teachers will go through the training. So you can decide how many are left, and then you can decide how many can go for the training. But we are hoping as we continue in the year, we will be able to have trained all the teachers in the different schools that you have. Depending on the numbers that you have, yes, it is true, we can be looking at the numbers, but realize every school must benefit. Finally, make sure that every teacher you employ in your school, if you're employing any BOM teacher, the teacher must be having a teacher registration number. Thank you.
A copy for Director Ruben. Can I call upon Doreen Munene, the Acting Director, Field Services?
Thank you, Director. All protocols observed. I think most of the issues I was to handle have been handled. One of the director called you secretary to the BOM, and in my directorate field services, that's what we would call you, because you do interdictions and you process and you send them to us, and we start from there. But the big question is, what about when it is you? And I think that's what I had here. We have introduced a committee at the headquarters which looks into the cases of the principals, and when the committee looks into these cases, some of them have not ended in interdiction, some have been cautioned, some have been warned, but we are also saying let us obey the rules, let us tread carefully. Just as you are interdicting a teacher who has deserted, also when you desert, you will also, the county director will have to deal with it, and we can't run away from it. In these committees, we've had cases of head teachers who have deserted their stations. And we keep wondering, will the school open? Will there be food? And these cases are there. We've also had cases of immoral behavior with our young children by principals. We're also doing learner protection. So we cannot really keep our eyes shut when these things are happening. So I would encourage you as secretary to the BOM, handle discipline, and let's also be protectors of our learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Makofi kwa Director Munene. Now there was this matter that was raised, mental health. I know Dr. Frank Jenga is within the room, but again, the Teacher Service Commission is partnering with Chiromo Hospital and other providers, because we are being given some very alarming news about mental health. You can be in a trouser and a shirt, but mentally deranged, and people confuse you for normal. I am sure Dr. will address that. Last week, we had an opportunity at KICD to meet Dr. Hongo and Sylvia, who talked to the county directors and the team at the headquarters, and indeed we benefited a lot. So we will make attempts regionally and at county level to get as many partnerships as possible so that we endeavor to address mental health issues in our learning institutions. Thank you. Now, Chairman, that marks what we had gathered. I don't know whether we will be able to open up for some 5 minutes. Let us know. Thank you. So, with those very many remarks, I want to hand over the session to the National Chair. But what I want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen, is that I do hope you are now more knowledgeable in terms of the responses given. We have an email system and a telephone system shown in our website. So do not wait for a long period to get responses to questions that arise in your work situation. Take advantage, call the headquarters, send an email, and demand that you get the response to this email. We are under pressure 24/7 at the headquarters to respond to calls, to respond to emails. We have recorded the questions and the responses given, and we wish to deliberate on them in our management meetings with a view to improving on service delivery, improving even on the quality of those responses, finding out whether those issues are properly addressed, and we'll get back to you in due course. We want to say thank you for allowing us this airtime, and hope that as you go back, you'll be able to reflect on some of the issues. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to our directors. Bigger than that one. Thank you. We allowed that long because of the issues that had been raised. I'm sure you've gotten responses where you did not get it very clear. We will be getting these write-ups to our secretariat. There is a team of officers from Teacher Service Commission headquarters in their tents. Please, where you are not clear, get more information. I want to introduce Mr. Choge. He's the only one in the panel here who didn't talk today. But you saw him yesterday. Let's clap for him. I know those who didn't see him yesterday would be wondering, na ule ni nani? He's representing Director Finance. Before I release the team, I want to ask Madam Lucy and Madam Florence, please come and let's move a vote of thanks briefly before we usher in the next stage. As they come, I want to continue requesting you. We say tomorrow we make it shorter. All my speakers for the day are in the room. And I would kindly ask that we remain seated. We finish what we need to do today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Kesha, I want to thank the team before us, shared by Director Mumin, for clearing many issues that have been clouding our mind, and you have done it very clearly and candidly. And I think as we do our work on the ground, we'll do it with a very clear mind and very clear vision. We appreciate you, and we'll continue doing our work to the best of our knowledge. And thank the Teachers Service Commission Secretary for sending you here, a very able team. Colleague principals, let's give this team 5 heavy victorious. Let's prepare ourselves that they have really armed us with the right information for us to be able to do good service on the ground. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Thank you so much. On behalf of Kesha, I'll request Madam Ruse to step forward, and the chair, Mr. Idimuli, hand over these tokens of appreciations to our directors on behalf of Kesha. Director Field Services, receive your token. Thank you so much. Director Quality Assurance. Dr. Daberi, thank you so much. Director HR, Dr. Julius. Director ICT, Mr. Geshela. Director Finance. Director Internal Audit. Director Legal. Director Administrative Services. And Director Staffing. Thank you so much, our directors.
Thank you very much. Let us allow the directors to take their seats. Another round of applause. And it's a great honor that the entire Teacher Service Commission came down. They have been with us from day one, taking notes, and I'm sure all our concerns have been taken. We will be getting responses to those concerns very soon. I want now to hand over to the Vice Chair to pick it up from there. As I said, members, 3 of our presenters are there today. We agreed that tomorrow we want to make it short. So we had to pull a topic of tomorrow today, so that tomorrow watu waanze safari mapema ama tumalize mapema watu watembee Mombasa, wale hawajatembea bado.
So we need to stretch a bit, and as the chair has requested, our next speaker is online. Let's just stand up and stretch a bit. Just stand up and stretch a bit. I'm not asking you to walk out. I'm just asking you to stretch a bit. Just stretch to the right, to the left a bit. Let blood flow. Band, 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 band. Just give us something as we stretch a bit, as we stretch a bit, as we get ready to invite our next presenter.
Now, let's get seated. We can now sit. Now, just like our chairman has said, we still have 3 presenters, one for tomorrow because of the unavoidable circumstances. He needs to do it today because he's committed tomorrow. And this is the topic on CBC. KICD will share this with us. So please let us be patient so that we can hear more about this CBC. Allow me now to call upon the chair, Kwale, Mr. Mbaru, to come forward. Please, where are you? And chair this session. And the session for KICD.
Thank you very much, our Vice Chairman, all Kesha leadership, all protocols observed. The Chairman, Kwale County, and this afternoon I have the pleasure to introduce the next speaker who is going to talk about CBC. And the topic states reforming secondary education for a competent future human resource in Kenya. Our speaker or presenter will be Professor Charles Ocheng Ogondu, Director, KICD. So I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker. And who is this? Briefly, Professor Charles Ocheng Ogondu is the Director and the Chief Executive Officer at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD. He is an associate professor in teacher education. He is a Commonwealth Academic Fellow and Scholar who holds a postdoctoral fellowship from University of Warwick, UK, a PhD, the University of Leeds, UK, an MPhil degree from Moi University in Kenya, a BA degree from Moi University, and a diploma in education from Sriba Teachers College, Kenya. Before he joined KICD, Professor was a teacher educator in the School of Education at Moi University, Kenya, where he had worked for 16 years. Prior to joining
in community service as chairman and a member of task forces, boards of management, guest of honor, keynote speaker, adjudicator, and facilitator in a number of national, regional, country, or institutional and international events, conferences, and festivals. And this is none other than Professor Charles. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman Kesha,
the entire Kesha leadership, my colleagues, principals, good afternoon. God is good, and all the time. Hey, colleagues, God is good, and all the time. God is good. Thank you very much. I know we are getting tired. This is the 4th day. We have been listening to more or less similar issues. And I must admit that it is not easy coming here on the 4th day, just about lunchtime,
to talk to us. But I assure you I'll make this session pretty short. On the program I have been assigned 30 minutes, but I just want to do about 20 so that we can have the morning session concluded. And this is particularly because a number of the issues I would have been talking about have been addressed by the previous speakers, including none other than the head of state. Our colleagues, I will, in those minutes, talk about up in the process of curriculum development. Secondly, I will problematize the concept of the future, because remember the theme of this conference is reimagining, re-examining the future together. I will then, as per my topic, engage us in asking questions about the kind of human resource we anticipate in different sectors in that future, and the role of the secondary school in contributing to developing the competencies of that group. So I will start by saying, as we are aware, the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD, is established by an Act of Parliament, and our core mandate is to develop curricula and curriculum support materials. I think the only other mandate that I want to signal, which is relevant to us, that any other material that comes to your school, including some that I have seen in the booths around this conference venue, always ask the question, is this approved by KICD? And the reason is just to ensure that the children, the learners, are consuming what has been checked for its suitability, especially in the context of the competency-based curriculum. A lot of materials will find their way to our schools, some of which do not really carry the vision and the mission of CBC. Kindly check. Now, Chairman, allow me to inform the congregation that Kesha, Kenya Secondary School Heads Association, is part and parcel of KICD operations at the highest level. There are 3 critical approval units at KICD of anything that is consumed out there. The first one is the course panel. The course panel is chaired by the Director Quality Assurance at the Ministry of Education. And in that course panel, the principals have a representative to always ensure that what they intend is articulated clearly, and this has been done very well. The next approval unit is the academic committee. The academic committee presides over any material that you will see out there, any curriculum, any syllabus, any design that you see. Currently, the principals are represented, and I did see Mr. Kemei, Principal Lenana School, in the room. He presents us very ably and gives very well-guided advice. At the council, the topmost decision-making organ of KICD, these are the people who are my employers and the employers of all the staff of KICD. Kesha is also represented, and by none other than Madam Florence Garari. Allow me the pleasure to introduce her as you put your hands together for her. Madam, please put your heads together for Madam Garari. Yes, Madam Garari is also our chair of the Finance Strategy and General Purposes Committee. Colleagues, I don't want to dwell so much on KICD because a number of other speakers have talked before us. I want to invite us to the KICD website. We have a lot of information that you will need. We have a lot of services that we deliver online, electronic, print, that you will be able to benefit from. So on this occasion, in the interest of time, allow me to get straight onto the topic that you assigned me. My topic appears on day 5, on Friday, day 7, and it reads, Reforming Secondary Education for a Competent Future Human Resource. Allow me, colleagues, to talk to you wearing two hats. I will wear my hat of an academic, but I'll also wear my hat of a government bureaucrat because that is what I do now. And at that point, from the other world where I operate, allow me to remove my props. There are a number of books I will refer to very quickly, like a preacher, to support some of the issues I'll talk about, and talking on the tail end of the conference, so that if I don't end up saying anything important, you'll remember that is the man who carried a lot of books when he came to the stage. In drama, we call them props. The first book I am carrying to appreciate the theme that the principals have chosen this year. Your theme is re-examining our futures together, and I'm appreciating that theme because it is very consistent with the 2021 UNESCO theme, which is captured in a report called Reimagining Our Futures Together. And consistent with what you have said about the teacher, that report talks about the need for a new social contract for education, a new social contract between the teacher and other stakeholders. Colleagues, this book will be available to you online if you go into the UNESCO site. But the reason I'm also flagging it is that the book problematizes that which we call the future. So I want to invite us, colleague principals, to, for a minute, pause and say, what really are we talking about when we say we are thinking about the future? In terms of definition, we could be talking about any time from the next minute, but up to when? It is also important to acknowledge that the future is a very complex phenomenon. In many of our communities in Kenya, in Africa, there are always many songs about how complex, how difficult to understand the future. But I also want to flag one thing, colleagues, that when you read, when you travel around the world, around Africa, around the globe, it is also possible to acknowledge that that which we call our future was probably a future to some other people long ago. And one of the things I want to flag here is that even as we are debating the competency-based curriculum in the year 2022, did we know that some countries ran away with this before the close of the 20th century, in the 1980s and even in the 1960s? So what I'm saying is that it is possible that even as we reimagine the future, we are still lagging behind other nations with whom we want to compete extremely much. So I want to flag some of the key statements in the UNESCO report in the reason and for the sake of time. One of the statements that I want to draw our attention to on the introduction of this report on reimagining our futures is the statement by UNESCO that we, and we here refers to all educators, including us, urgently need to reimagine our futures together, to take action to realize them. Knowledge and learning are the basis of renewal and transformation. That is all I will cite from that book. But the gist of that statement, colleagues, is that as principals, we have a responsibility to perceive what our generations in the future will face in terms of teaching and learning and prepare for it. And I want to take just one aspect of the complexity of that future, the context of technology, that we are in an era of technological revolution, and technology is going to completely, if we imagine well, revolutionize our teaching and learning spaces, revolutionize our leadership practices, revolutionize our schools. So what future do you anticipate in Kenya, in your school, and in the teaching and learning space in terms of education? Have we foreseen, for example, a future where what our TSC colleagues here were talking about online teaching as the norm? Have we perceived a future where all the learners that you will admit to your school and you are teaching, probably enabled by technology, have already imbibed all the knowledge that you are going to give them? So as we go to class as a teacher and you introduce the content of your subject, whether it is English that I teach or verbs, the learners are telling you, Mwalimu, that one we are already aware of. Can you teach us something else? Have you imagined a context where the learners will be so bored about the traditional pedagogical practices where a teacher is sitting in front of our classroom? Have we imagined what the future portends in terms of the resources that we shall require in our spaces? Colleagues, have we imagined how complex administration of our schools are going to be, that you will call a parents' meeting and nobody appears and they tell you, put your questions online and we shall address them? And I want to suggest, without going deeply into it, it is because of the complexity of that future and some of the questions I'm raising that it is necessary to reform the curriculum. And as I did pause a few minutes ago, I want to challenge us that the rest of the world, some of the best that we want to compete with, went there long ago. Did we know, colleagues, that as we talk today, the whole world has transformed into the competency-based curriculum? Normally, when I talk to colleagues, and I appreciate a number of us are highly learned, highly educated, the question I pose, even as we ask that we possibly could go back to another curriculum, do we know that there is no country today in the world that is not practicing the competency-based curriculum? And we are probably some of the last countries that are going in that direction. This brings me to my second prop, my book, which I want to again invite all the principals to read, and it is also available online. It talks about, the title is At the Crossroads, Choices for Secondary Education in Sub-Saharan Africa. I think that word, that phrase, choices for secondary education for Sub-Saharan Africa, is relevant to us. The question I am inviting us to get into now as we think about that future then is, why secondary education? We are Kesha. We sit here as heads of secondary education. But have we paused to ask ourselves, why secondary education, and what is the place of secondary education in the wider education spectrum. And when we read this book, we shall get consensus from across the world based on a study done by the World Bank in Sub-Saharan Africa, that the most critical episode of anyone's journey in education is the secondary school. There is consensus on that. Because if you think about pre-primary education, which is the beginning of learning, it is normally mere to socialize children to live with others out of their households, to get them to interact with other human beings who are not mommy, who are not daddy, who are not a brother, who are not sister. That basically is the basis of pre-primary education, even though today we acknowledge sometimes you see them with heavier bags than the purpose that is intended. The primary education, colleagues, which is next, is intended to offer children only 3 things. The first one is literacy, the literacy skills that they need at their level. The second one is numeracy, the addition, multiplication, subtraction that they need at that level. And the third one is social skills, including values. And this has been taken care of as we develop curricula in the competency-based curriculum. So one of the things I always say to challenge us in secondary is that part of the content that we are currently offering learners at Standard 7, at Standard 8, is strongly, arguably, secondary school content. Take interest in what many of us secondary school teachers hardly do. Take interest, because they are out here, in looking at the syllabus for Standard 7 and Standard 8, and you will realize that is material for you. It is secondary school material. Let me link that to a psychological issue that all of us here, like all teachers, have done some educational psychology. And we would appreciate that from age 13, age 14, age 16, our children are at the most critical moments of their lives. They have become adolescents. They are in a period that is described as adventurous, as critical, because that is when they are moving from being children to being adults. The people with the knowledge to handle that are secondary school teachers. The people who have done content at the level that is appropriate to that group of learners are secondary school teachers. And that's why, colleagues, in the new curriculum, it has become necessary, and I think that I need to emphasize, that grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9 learners are upgraded to be secondary school students. In terms of their age, in terms of their content, in terms of the expected learning outcomes, by all definitions, they do not need to be in primary school. And this is what, as you read this book, the rest of the world has done. Did we know, colleagues, that we are the only country today keeping children in primary school up to year 8 of learning? And this is information we can check quickly from the internet or any other sources. I will repeat that. Did we know that we are the only country in the world keeping primary school children for 8 years in school? KICD develops the curricula for primary and for secondary, and I can assure you without any doubt that the curriculum for junior secondary belongs to us who are trained, who are educated to teach learners at secondary school. But the most critical point I want to make about that, in relation to secondary school, is, colleagues, research has proven that if you want an industrialized country, and here I'm talking about industrialization in a very broad sense. If you want a country that will develop faster, economically, politically, but also industrially, invest more heavily in the secondary school category of learners. That investment means also have the learners spend more time at the secondary school unit, more than they do even at the primary school unit. Hence, the need to bring to us both junior school, junior secondary, and senior school, senior secondary. At independence, we know that we were at par with some of the countries we now call tigers, Singapore, Malaysia, and the others. If you look at their educational history, the reason they have gone far ahead of us is that they invested in longer secondary school units. They invested a lot of their resources at the secondary school because psychologically that is the point at which the learner is most receptive to adventure, most receptive to what Dr. Namburi was talking about, innovation, even before they get to tertiary education. So colleagues, that is important so that we appreciate, because I've had that question from us as I interact with us in the field, as I interact with those of you that I know, the question that aren't these children probably too young to come to secondary? We shall not be the first country to have brought them here. That appears to be the norm. But ask yourself from our educational psychology, are we better off having a 13-year-old sharing delicate spaces with a 6-year-old, or having that 13-year-old share that delicate space with a 16, 17, 18-year-old? And I always give the picture, which I want to share, that let us imagine a class at age 6 years old child sharing a toilet with a 14-year-old child at class 8. Let us imagine a scenario where the two have met and the kind of psychological questions going on in the mind, particularly of that younger child. So where are we better off having the age 12, age 13, age 15 learner? Colleagues, that I thought was important as we think about the future. I have come to a number of our schools, and one of the things that keeps emerging is some of our learners at Form 1, Form 2, Form 3 are exhibiting unparalleled creativity. Creativity that needs to be nurtured, needs to be developed, talent that needs to be empowered so that we can bring our children to where they are. Colleagues, that brings me to the third issue that I want to talk about in the podium. If you think about the topic I was given, there is a question of what competencies do we need for the kind of human resource that we anticipate in the future. Allow me a minute to say that in the next 10 years, God giving us life, but let's stretch it a bit to the next 20 years, all the jobs that we are doing now shall have taken a completely different characteristic, including teaching. A lot of jobs will probably take place online. A lot of jobs will probably need fewer people to do. Some of the jobs will probably be obsolete. Think about it. 20 years ago, we did not have the mobile phone. Think about the things that you are able to do with the mobile phone that you are not able to do then. Perhaps, who knows, in the next 20 years, you will have a phone in your mouth. Maybe some gadget will have been connected to your tongue in such a way that as you walk, you are already an internet attractor yourself. You don't need a booster. Who knows? Even in terms of teaching and learning, one of these things we are toying with today which is homeschooling, shall be the norm, and we shall be told that I don't need my child to go to school to learn. They can all learn from home, because from the screen in their houses, they will get a teacher, they will get teaching resources, they will get innovation. Colleagues, as we imagine that future, can I also tell you that as we talk now, even at KICD, we are already conceptualizing a virtual laboratory where you will not need all those physical apparatus that you have in the physical rooms we call laboratories. That a learner will quickly just tune onto a computer or a phone and be able to do online all those experiments that they would need to do in a building. That is the future we are talking about. Colleagues, have we anticipated that even the exams that we are busy doing now, rising into those containers every day, people will probably have some self-assessment that is foolproof and will completely give them even certificates, and that certificate cannot be changed in any way. Now, I always give this example because we all know the history of education in Kenya. At independence, what competencies did the country need if we want to appreciate the complexity of the future? The Ominde Commission captured it well. We needed people who will replace the Europeans who had come into our spaces and taken basic jobs, the kind that the president was calling being a clerk. And so, people did not struggle. Good. He's telling me I have about 5 minutes, and I promise you I'll finish in that time. Yes, at independence, we were told the main reasons we went to school was to be able to deal with poverty, disease, and ignorance. Those of us who have been keenly following the education reports through Mackay, Gachathi, Kamunge, Odhiambo Douglas, the latest having been Odhiambo, which of course was formed to align our education to the Constitution of Kenya 2010. You will see that as early as 2012, Douglas Odhiambo had flagged that we need different competencies. In the interest of time, that is in my 4th book, which I'm inviting us to read. The book, a small one that you can read in one night, is called Developing Key Competencies in Education, another UNESCO publication that you can find online. The important thing about this book, colleagues, is that we have not woken up as KICD and the other agencies that we have worked with to cook, to copy and paste competencies from nowhere. That from the year 2020 and before, a lot of stakeholders from different countries in the world sat down, imagined the future, and came up with what they call the 21st century competencies. I want to invite us to check them, because again we can Google that from our phones. And you will find that the competencies that we talk about at KICD are completely consistent with what have been identified as the 21st century competencies. One of the greatest competencies that is desired, one of the most sought after competencies by employers is communication and collaboration. No wonder it is our competency-based number one. Creativity, critical thinking, digital literacy, learning to learn, self-efficacy, those are the other competencies that we have in the competency-based curriculum. Which brings me to my last point in the next 3 minutes that I have, that colleagues, our future is talking about sustainable education. And I want to end by inviting us to relate all that we have been talked to, including what I've said, to just 5 things that we do in our schools as principals, and leave this conference asking ourselves, how are we placing ourselves in terms of those 5 issues to be able to handle the future a future that is going to be mostly pronounced in 2023 in January when you receive the CBC children. The first thing that I invite us to think about as principals as we go away, Chairman Indimuli aptly called your conference re-examining, rethinking, and my book here says reimagining. Re is a prefix which means doing again. Now, I know you have thought about these things, but I invite us to think about again. One, the context in which teaching and learning takes place in our schools will become a key issue to re-examine. Context here will include how your compound looks, what do you have around yourself, to the teaching and learning environment, the emotional state of your school. I visit many of us, especially during the examinations, and I can assure you a lot of your contexts where you're operating from are very good, very pleasant, very inviting. But there are probably also a few of our contexts that are simply scaring. So, without mentioning any, can I invite us to be able to think about those contexts, including what we have, which you may not have thought much about because you found it in that school. What vision did you inherit or did you create in that school? And do you live that by that vision? What mission do you have? Some of those statements we have as core values. And here, allow me to talk a little about what philosophy does your school context operate on? Sometimes you have seen people in the media asking the philosophy of CBC, and they think that the people in the government have not taken time to think about this. I want to invite us that as you think about this, the philosophy that your school is put on, let us think about pragmatism as probably one of the options we have as a philosophy. And I will not delve into the other philosophies. But pragmatism upholds 5 quick issues. One is utility. Think about to what extent your context as a school provides utility for teaching and learning. The other one is experience, experiential learning. Does your context provide for experientialism as one of the 21st century philosophies guiding learning? The next one is practicality. How practical does our learning context operate? Or, like they accuse us who teach at the university, we are operating with yellow notes, which are recycled from year to year. But I also want to signal something that sometimes we don't think much about. Is your context interesting to the learners? Is it inviting to the learners? Or, if the learners had a choice, they would not stay in that space that we call a school for a day. Those are issues for us to think around the context. The next thing I wanted to think about is content. Context, next is content. That as we go back after this conference, one of the issues we might have to reflect on and how to introduce is content. Yes, CBC is going to bring us the same content almost as we have had it. The key departure is our concentration is going to be what can learners do with that content. We have focused for quite a long time on knowledge of the content. The focus now is what can learners do with that content. And I always give the example of teaching. I have taught at the university for 16 years. I've seen people get a first class honors in education, but when you send them to class, they cannot even greet the learners. So this is what CBC is. What do those learners do with their knowledge of chemistry, biology, performing arts, and others? And that is what you will find as the key departure in our packaging of the content you will find in grade 7 designs, designs which you have been informed now are on our website, but which, just in case I forget to say, we have been asked by our mother ministry to ensure are in your schools before January 2023. Content. But perhaps the biggest issue, the biggest departure in terms of CBC is pedagogy. And Dr. Namburi talked about this. I don't want to repeat. However, I want to just caution us, including myself. A number of us may be politely requested by learners when the CBC learners come to you and told, Mwalimu, that which you are telling us we can do for ourselves. Instead of standing there and telling us, give us something we can do. I'm winding up. Just give me a minute. Thank you very much. Just give us something we can do. Now, think also about two other things which I'll just mention because of my time. One of them is resources. And here I want to demystify in just 1 second that, colleagues, it is not true that CBC comes with any additional expense. Let us not convolute the expenses that are attributable to any African country in the year 2022 to CBC. I attribute learning to the way you learned driving. Some of you learned driving using an old Toyota. Some of you learned driving using a Mercedes-Benz. You still learned driving and you are competent. The issue is how innovative we can get about our learning resources. And finally, the very last one, examination. Can we start to prepare ourselves, colleagues? It is already working in primary school that assessment is going to be largely formative, and we are praying that with CBC, we may not have to wake up to go to the container at 6 a.m. That we shall assess these learners as they do and be able to give credible, continuous reports about their performances. In the interest of time, I don't want my chair to stand again. I want to invite all of us to be ambassadors of this change. Change has come. As KICD, we are proud to be part of this change. You, today, are the people that God has put in place to spearhead, to midwife this change. As His Excellency the President said the other day, change will come with challenges. Can we take it upon ourselves that we will be part of solving any challenges that come with this change? But I can assure us, sitting down in that future that we are imagining 10 years later, we shall acknowledge that the best thing that happened when we were still alive is the introduction of the competency-based curriculum in our space. God bless you.
Okay, thank you, sir, Professor, for taking us through this topic. I believe you have enlightened us. So let us give him 3 hearty claps. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Now I call upon our visitor to receive a present from Simastia. Our hearty clap. Yes, again. You have another present from Kesha. Please receive it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now I hand over to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for that very educative message. You can be sure that we have gotten that message and we are now more enlightened about this business of CBC. Now, colleagues, we are moving closer to the end of our today's program. We are still requesting that we be a little bit more patient as we finish our today's program. Our next session is we want somebody to answer the question that we did ask. Are you stressed? So somebody is going to answer that question. And I want now to call upon the Chair Makueni to chair this session.
It's coming now, it's coming. Thank you, Vice Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Come on, can we greet one another happily today? Good afternoon. God is good, and all the time. Uliza mwenzako, are you stressed? Uliza tu na kupatia jibu, are you stressed? I'm Julius Mutui, Chairman Makueni and the Eastern Region. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, I would like to bring in the next speaker for the session. And you saw in our program, we have that topic, Am I Stressed? This topic will be handled by none other than our speaker this afternoon, Dr. Jenga. Allow me to make a very brief introduction, highly summarized, of our speaker, Dr. Jenga. Dr. Jenga is a fellow emeritus of the Royal College of Psychiatrists. For the last 41 years, he has served in many capacities in Kenya and all over the world. He is a renowned psychiatrist, having trained psychiatry at the world-famous Maudsley Hospital in London. He taught at the University of Nairobi before moving into private practice in 1983. Dr. Frank Jenga is the Presidential Advisor on Mental Health, Republic of Kenya, and the only one in Africa. He is the chairman of the Chiromo Hospital group, and he recently chaired the National Task Force on Mental Health Kenya. There can never be a better person to handle such a topic as this as Dr. Frank Jenga. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure by the time he finishes, he will have reduced our stress levels. Can we put our hearts together to give Dr. Jenga 3 at the claps? 1, 2, 3. Karibu.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the person who has been nominated by the organizers to stand between you and lunch. It is my sincere hope that you will find my session interesting, if not useful. What I intend to do is to try and persuade you, and I think I can succeed, that if you are a normal person, and I have more than adequate evidence to suspect that teachers are normal people, you are a stressed person. So there is really no discussion or conversation as to whether you are stressed or not, because you are, as far as I can tell, normal. Now, who is running this slideshow? Yes? Can I see the first slide, please? Can I see it here? Why do I say that if you're a normal person, you will be suffering from stress? It is because all the studies that we have done everywhere in this country has demonstrated beyond doubt that 11% of the people anywhere in our country has one form of mental disorder or another. Gabani, do you have? Oh, it's there. I can't see it. All right. I can't see it here? Oh, thank you very much. We thank God for technology. So, what I'm going to do is that I will do a presentation around a few questions that you might want to ask yourselves. For example, why do we forget? Why is it that when I have finished doing this presentation, some of you will not remember a thing of what I have said? I will be answering that question. The second question I would like us to look at is, why do we sleep? Earlier on, when I came into this auditorium, the gentleman who spoke said, stand up, dance a little, and don't sleep. Why do we sleep? The third question, which you might find interesting, is why do we grow old? Now look at me, those of you who are awake. Why is it that I am now officially an old man in his 70s? Another question that will help you, I hope, is why do we die? Why can't we be like God himself, who lives forever? What is the reason of living and then suddenly we die? What is the point of all this? Another question that fascinates me, and I hope it fascinates you, is why do women outlive men? Why are men, generally speaking, such weaklings? Why is it that, contrary to what people tell us, men are the weaker gender? The next question that you might find interesting to look at is, why is it that men don't have friends? When you see a teacher, for example, going to the bar, and some teachers actually do go to the bar, they will allege wrongly that I have gone to meet my friends. Those are not your friends. Those are your acquaintances. They don't even know where you live. They don't know what your issues are. So why is it that men do not seem to have friends? And finally, and with your permission, we have now established recently the fact that more of a killer than cigarette smoking, than road accidents, or even heart disease, loneliness is the biggest killer of our time. So if you want to kill your parents, don't visit them. Don't talk to them. They will die of loneliness. Another set of questions that you might find interesting is, is it possible for teachers to be of help to one another. Next question. Who is my brother's keeper? And I would like to suggest, in case time does not allow me to develop that theory, that your fellow teacher is indeed your brother's keeper. Let's get to some uncomfortable questions now, because I can ask uncomfortable questions. Do I like this job? I am a school principal in high school, but is really this a job I like? Secondly, do I like the children that I hate? If you think about it, the original teachers in this country, Jeremiah Nyaga, Daniel Torochip Aramoy, Jaramogi, all these are men who had chosen teaching as a noble profession, and they liked what they did. Do you, Bwana Principal, like the children? Or is it indeed time for you to move on? And then, of course, there are personal questions. But these are not questions you go asking in the street. These are questions you ask your friends and your relatives. Why do so many people sleep around? What is the value of my family? Why do we need so much money? That sort of thing. These are deep issues. But of critical importance to you, principals, is the question, why do teenagers sleep so much? Why is it that whether you are at home or in school, why is it that teenagers are quintessential loafers in your homes? Answer. Because that is how they were created by God. So when you get up and your teenage son or daughter is sleeping until 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, nothing wrong with him. He's not sick. He's normal. Which then leads me to another question. Why is it that teenagers in high school have so little sleep? This is an important question. I don't know the answer. But there are some experts who have suggested that actually one part of the very complex questions as to why children are so indisciplined in our high schools is simply because they do not sleep as much as biology, not me, biology requires them to sleep. Now, I see there are some press people here who will go reporting, oh, presidential advisor has gone and said, teachers don't allow children to sleep, oh, teachers are... I am not saying that. I am saying as a doctor who is trained as a doctor, I know a little baby suckling his mother's breast sleeps for 18 hours. I know a little older child, 5 or 6 years, little bit less. Old people like me, give me 4 or 5 hours, it is enough. Where is those slides? Where? Thank you. Yeah, teachers and anime. Anyway, let me move on before I get a bit upset. So the other question that you may want to address is, so what is this mental health thing that Mzee is talking about? The World Health Organization has a very clear definition, which you can see before you. It's a state of well-being in which individuals reach his own potential. You can Google this definition. Next slide, please. So that is the formal definition. You cannot be a mentally health person, or teacher for that matter, unless you are doing something positive and contributing to your society. Otherwise, if you're only getting a salary and not contributing positively, you are not any better than a goat. and you can as well just eat grass. Mental health means you must work for your... Now, let me give you some surprising facts. Poor men, and I've talked about these poor men just now, kill themselves because we tell them to kill themselves. We tell men as a society, you're a tough guy. You can't cry. You shouldn't cry. Huh? And if you're feeling sad or depressed, it means you're like a woman, not like a real man. And what does a man who is depressed do? And then he goes to hide under his mother's bed. Men are trained by society to hide their personal feelings. And that is not a good thing. It is a bad thing because they end up drinking too much. They end up beating up their intimate partners. And worse than that, they kill themselves. I've talked about why men have no friends. And perhaps, surprise, surprise, when you hear that cases of suicide have increased in any society in the world, what it really means is that men are killing themselves more often than they used to. Women make attempts at killing themselves, and 30% of them, of the suicide, are by women. But by and large, and surprisingly, suicide is a leading cause, very important cause of death in people between the ages of 18 and 24. Now, let me tread into ground which I should not even attempt to get into. Do head teachers drink? Of course head teachers drink. Do they pretend they don't drink? Of course they pretend they don't drink. Is that a good or a bad thing? I don't know. But what you have in front of you here is the science around alcohol drinking. Why do you fall down, for example, when you have been drinking? Why can you not remember things when you have been drinking? What should you... Let me assure you, teachers are normal human beings. And as long as you're a normal human being, the problems and challenges that come to you are the same ones we... Oh, by the way, I forgot to say, the only people worse than teachers are doctors, like myself. Next slide, please. So at least you can say... Then there are what we call taboo subjects. Subjects that good boys and girls don't talk about. Good teachers should not talk about female menopause. Why? What's wrong with menopause? Next slide, please. Of greater interest, however, is the male menopause. Because this now, now I can see people looking at me like this. Let me tell you, gentlemen, by the time you're becoming a principal and you're becoming a little bit older, mambo yote hii unaona hapa, itakukuta. And even as we pretend that these things don't happen to normal human beings, they happen. And they affect, next slide please, and they affect the way we practice. Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, I was told, and I nearly forgot, that I must thank the TSC for having agreed, thank you very much, to come and be part of this event. I have to say that you should have charged me for educating me. I now know at least something small about the function and functioning of the TSC, and I thank your entire team for educating me. I was also asked to thank you, Wanaindi Muli and Kesha. And you know, one of the things that really old men enjoy is the privilege of forgetting things and not being sumbuliwad by people. See, not that I'd forgotten that point. And nobody had even noticed I'd forgotten, imagine. Let's come to gossip. So the question that people ask is, so why do people gossip? Actually, The only reason we gossip is because we have language. Have you ever seen dogs gossiping? Chickens? But let me say this, because it is true. This thing that people call gossip actually is critically important as a medium of exchange of thoughts and ideas. It reduces loneliness, facilitates bonding, sometimes it's a form of entertainment. And actually, who goes gossiping about Bure people in the street? When they gossip about you, one head teacher, madam head teacher, it's because you're doing something good. So tell them, gossip on. Next slide, please. Anyway, so why do we die? This is a question that would come as a shock. Actually, the most important reason that makes us die is because we live. If you didn't live, you wouldn't die. Now, the more important question, of course, is what is the purpose of life? And this is the whole subject pushed around a lot by a guy called Russell on existential nihilism. We will not have time to go into that. But we die because, you see, let me explain this. Look at that number there, 1.6 billion. All animals die after they have had 1.6 billion heartbeats. So if you are a flea, your heart goes and you die quickly. If you are an elephant, your heart goes and you live for a very... Science is so easy if you think about it. So death comes naturally after a prescribed number of heartbeats. But again, because we have no time to think about these things, we will not discuss them. Next slide, please. Why do we sleep? Why is 30% of our existence, does it take during sleep? One important thing is if you want to get sick, if you want to have a serious disease, don't sleep. Because it is during sleep that your immune system, for example, is renewed. If you want to be in a bad mood and beat the children for no reason, don't sleep. And again, and I mentioned this in relation to the children, the problem with children who are not sleeping enough is they are moody, they are irritable, and so on. And I have said nothing beyond that. Next slide, please, as we close. Why do we forget? We forget because we haven't slept. We forget because we didn't listen. We forget because we have drunk too much pombe. We forget because we are anxious and stressed, and so on. And very sadly, most of the dawahs that we give you don't work. Now, this is the political season. This is the political season. And I cannot come here and not talk to you about politics and politicians, but not Kenyan ones, because I might get into trouble. If you look at all the prime ministers in the United Kingdom, 70% of them have had a mental illness of one sort or another. There is some science that suggests that the Second World War came about because a chap called Neville Chamberlain was so depressed, he was seeing Hitler and trembling like a leaf. But God is a God of many wonders. After Neville Chamberlain came a chap called Sir Winston Churchill, who in a state of mania, he was a manic guy, fought the Second World War until he won. And poor Margaret Thatcher, my old friend, suffered from dementia, probably when still. Why am I telling you about politicians? Because politicians are our people. They are normal people like ourselves. And if you are normal, and I believe head teachers are normal, you can have. Look at the numbers with respect to American presidents. High numbers. So the point that I am making here, whether you look at principals of secondary schools, politicians in the United Kingdom, politicians in the United States, next slide please, we are all normal people and we do get stressed. But Ndimuli, could I ask this question? These slides, can you give them to the people? I don't mind. We can give them to the people because the numbers are interesting. When you look at anywhere, even Makueni, yes? On a chair. And you're just looking at people who are working on their shambas, and you try to establish how many people in the villages have a mental illness on any particular day. 11% of them. 1 out of 10. By the way, that includes you here. I don't know how many we are in this room. But if you are normal, which we know you are, 10% of you do have. The fact that you don't know that you have got it does not mean you don't have it. And the situation got worse during the COVID season. Now, this is perhaps the most important single thing I will say to you, ladies and gentlemen, today. You are the owners and custodians of the mental health of all children. 50% of all the mental conditions that will be suffered by human beings are recognized by the time those children come to you. 75% will have become manifest during the time that you are looking after them. So it is critically important, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why I'm here, that you as principals be armed with the tools of recognizing mental disorders in the children under your charge. Let me say that again. This is the most important thing I have come to say. That unless school principals know what is bad behavior from bad boys and girls and that which is due to a mental illness, we will get nowhere. You will punish children because they have a mental illness, and you will let go of naughty boys and girls because you don't know the difference. And in this life, I will continue to preach that gospel. A lot of people have asked, what is the link between high intelligence and mental disorders? Why is it that very clever boys and girls seem preferentially to suffer from mental disorders? That is a story there. If you are super intelligent, one of the things that happen to you is a super bright boy or girl. You're sitting in class, and here is your teacher who has spent some time, I don't know, doing what the previous night. You'll be fighting with her husband or with mambo ya namna hiyo, or financial problems. Na unaanza kusomesha mtoto, and they have an IQ above 130, 140. Anakuangalia na kufikiria wewe fala. And that can be very serious because such children attract a lot of punishment from us as teachers. So look out for the dangers of exceedingly high intelligence in your students. Then there are debates that we cannot go into. Why not legalize cannabis? Some people say cannabis is good, some people say it's bad, some say it is medicinal, and so on and so forth. For me as a doctor, there's no debate. Cannabis is bad for a growing brain, full stop. Next slide, please. Those are the signs of mental illness. The only thing I'd like you to notice here is that mental illness is not one. There are at least 300 different types of mental conditions. Next slide, please. These are the guidelines. I've been told these slides will be circulated to you. If you are drinking and these things are happening to you, pole sana, wewe. I would like to suggest this, and this is, we are really coming to the end of this presentation. of us here, all the people that we are, when asked to say sincerely, the most important person who made you into that successful principal that you are, or doctor, whatever it is that you are, the truth is, it's your teachers. I know for sure that without the teachers who guided me, particularly through high school, I wouldn't have gotten where I am. The reason I accepted the invitation to come here today is partly because it gives me the opportunity to formally and unapologetically thank you, teachers. You do a job for which you do not receive the gratitude to which you are entitled. It is you, the principals and your teachers, who in my very, very, very humble view and submission are the true custodians of the future of humanity. You've been told I'm presidential advisor on mental health, and this you can take from me. I know for sure that unless we look after the mental health of principals and school teachers, we are doomed. And let me explain this point as I go. Part of the problem we have in our country with respect to these regular strikes is because our children, sadly, are exactly like ourselves. Our children are our children, genetically and socially. And if our children see us as adults resolving our crisis violently, why do we expect our children to be like those of the neighbor? See, our children must be like us. Kama kazi yetu ni kupigana makofi by way of discipline, how else do you expect our children? And I'm saying this, the leadership of you, the principals of this country, in my book, is important. And the last thing I want to say is this. We've heard enough about all those people out there. I want us to change the conversation. I want us to now turn this conversation on its head and ask ourselves, what is it that we as a society are investing in our own future? And my submission in this respect is that it is you, the teachers, the principals, that are the true owners and custodians and protectors of this future. Last slide, please. As I go, there's taboo subjects. And these taboo subjects are things we don't discuss because I think we are primitive. We don't talk about adolescent sexual health. Now, it doesn't matter whether you want to talk about adolescent sexual health or not. Sex is happening in their bodies because hormones are flowing all over their bodies. I think we need to think around a system of peer support amongst teachers. The corona has come, disrupted everything. Corona is real. This is not the only crisis that is going to come with us. Crisis will be with us all the time. Last slide. I want to say this, ladies and gentlemen, what is the way forward? For me, Kenya is unique Kenya is unique because we are not afraid to discuss difficult subjects. Mental health is a difficult subject. We have decided to tackle it head on. And that is why, and we've been told this during the introduction, Kenya is the only African country with a presidential advisor on mental health. Kenya is the only country that has done a mental health task force for itself. Kenya is the only country that is implementing policy in mental health, and so on and so forth. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank you for having educated me to the point where I can stand before you without trembling too much, because I was trembling at first. Yes? For having done what you have done for me personally and what I know you are doing for the future of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the kind attention.
Let us appreciate our speaker. He's a very good and very authoritative teacher. Congratulations. I would like to invite the chairman, Embu, Mr. Njue, to move a vote of thanks and hand over the gift.
Thank you, Bwana Mutui, the session chair. I want to take this opportunity to really appreciate our guests. Actually, it's such an opportunity to even give vote of thanks to such a gentleman. When you hear someone is a presidential advisor on health, then you are talking about a great person. I've always heard about Frank Jenga. We are all privileged to have heard from him. And sir, thank you so much for those ones. We have even known that we are important people in terms of health of our children in the nation, and we are going to do what we are expected to do as the custodians of education and mental health for the young people. I would wish that we all tuinue mikono tu, raise our hands in a very, very simple way. Tuitikise namna hii, tuambie mgeni wetu abarikiwe kwa kuangusha mara moja. Blessings, great blessings. So I'll ask the chairman to hand the gift to our guests this evening.
Give him a coffee.
Maybe before Daktari leaves, I'm happy to report that when we had a lot of cases of our schools being banned, we started thinking as Kesha and wondering what could be the case. Is it in discipline? That was one way we were looking at. And the other thing that caught my attention was issues to do with mental health. So I started looking for partners who could help principals and teachers understand matters of mental health. I did visit Chiromo Group of Hospitals, where I had a tete-a-tete with the chair and a group of doctors, including Dr. Hongo there. Please just stand. Yeah. And we have signed a memorandum of understanding between Kesha and Chiromo Group of Hospitals that will be providing training and support to schools and principals in understanding matters mental health. So should you feel you have those issues, visit Chiromo Group of Hospitals because we have a signed memorandum. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. CIC, please, and that will be our last presentation for the day.
Thank you very much, Chairman, delegates, and our principals. Good afternoon. God is good, and all the time. I know it's difficult, but I'll try and make it as brief as possible. Just about CSA, you can just go to the next slide. You can even skip the other slide. On the introduction, my name is Michael Mugo. I'm also a teacher by profession. I was in Moi University, finished in 94 B.Ed. But then I was called to come and serve in the insurance sector. You can move to the next slide. Allow me, in a very short time, just to give the analogy of ice cream. And for you who might have gone to Moi University in the 90s, you might have had a very fascinating experience where you got delicacies that you not have expected to get. A lot of us came from rural backgrounds. When you go to the university, then you go into a university and you find yourself being served with ice cream. The fascinating thing is that some of us, because of the background, the fact that they had not interacted with this kind of delicacies, they were taking the ice cream and mixing in rice. I can see my peer here nodding because he was there. And that is a fact. Please go to the next. And we didn't know the effect of mixing ice cream with hot rice. The fact that you put it and then you apply, you mix, it will just melt. We didn't know by then in Moi University when we were being provided for and we were being given tomato sauce. We didn't know that tomato sauce was supposed to be applied in rice. And therefore, ice cream is supposed to be taken as a dessert separately. But when we discovered, some of us used to even to miss lectures. And the point I'm making is, even as we are seated here, and as we continue with continuous learning and transformation, there are situations that call us then to become transformers, to change our mindsets. And I have heard a lot of us being cautioned and being told that they are secretary to the board, they are managers, they are CEO of their own institutions. And that brings me to the topic that I want to just present very fast on re-examining our future together as principals and as ad writers on risk management, because that is our main job. Please, if you could go to the next slide. What have we done as CIC to be able to work together, to collaborate with Kesha and the principals? We are owned by SACCOs, so we are collaborating together. We are doing a lot of risk management training. We have partnered with Kesha in order to support your AGM and other activities. We are partnering with Kesha, county chapters, and supporting the NGC forums and advertisement in the Principals magazine. The next slide, just looking at CIC at a glance. Our gross written premium last year was about 19.6 billion. We now have an asset base of 41.5 billion, and we are controlling 42% of the asset management unit trust market share in Kenya. We are controlling 5.8% of life insurance market and about 7.8% of the general business market. We are now in 4 countries and we have 25 branches countrywide. That is our presence in Africa. We are in South Sudan, we are in Malawi, we are in Uganda and Kenya. I don't want to delve into the next slide on philosophies and values. I want to go to the next one on the ownership structure, how we are owned. We are owned by local individual investors through the Nairobi Stock Exchange. This controlling about 22%, about 18,000 Kenyans own CIC. About 77% ownership goes to local institutions. We are talking about institutional cooperatives and SACCOs in Kenya. Some of them teacher-based, including Mwalimu Sacco. They are the owners of the company, with Cooperative Bank owning about 25%. General insurance facts, I don't want to delve into this so much, but I want to state that we are very strong, the strongest in property, motor, medical, and liabilities. We can go to the next one. On school insurances coming home, we offer comprehensive school bus cover. We have covers on fire, theft, all risks, electronics, academia for education, for students' education, and investment plan. All those are the educational institutions products we are giving to schools, students' personal accident, WIBA. You've been told that you are custodians of assets, and it's good for you to ensure all that, the school bus, the pension, group personal accident, the principal's motor, private, and also we insure the property in your schools. We also have a very popular, again, product called CIC Money Market Fund. Again, in terms of the fund under management, we are controlling assets of about 100 billion in this particular space. We have now one of the highest rate of returns, an average of between 8 and 9%, and you can invest as low as 5,000, and you can top up as little as 1,000. You can withdraw anytime. You get monthly statements. You get easy access to your money. Just need to give us 3 days notice, and you get your money back, and you are regulated by capital market authorities. So basically, those are the facts about our policies. CSC General, we have covered about 121 million worth of premium on schools only, and we have covered 764 schools countrywide, and we are the largest underwriter or insurance company that is covering schools. And that is the list. You can go to the next one. We have a seniors med plan, which you can be able to purchase as you're retiring. You can look at those benefits with convenient access to health care, and we have a cost center that is 24/7. And then we have our principals. You can go to the next slide. We have our principals and school directors medical. We have sat down with Kesha. We have tailor-made a health solution to complement the other solutions that we have. And the cover protects the principals and their families against illness and accidents, and with a limit of 500,000 to 3 million. So you can consult any of our branches. You can also, these are the ones that we have won. You can also consult our desk. We have a tent out there. I also have a team from CIC. The ladies and gentlemen from CIC, you can start up so that in case there is anyone who needs to consult further, you consult that team, and we have branches countrywide. Please make sure that you engage. We also sponsor your county activities, and we'll be meeting so that we can discuss more about the products that we and solutions that we can be able to provide for you. Otherwise, thank you very much. We appreciate the support, we appreciate the collaboration, and we look forward to working together. Thank you, and God bless you.
A better clap, please, for CIC. Thank you, thank you. Now, I want to apologize. The chairman had 2 remaining sessions, and he said 1. So he's apologizing and requesting just another 5 minutes, then we conclude. So, NHIF, please, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Last but not least, NHIF, I will take 5 minutes of your time to discuss Eduafia, our students. What is Eduafia? Let's move to the slide. Next slide, please. Eduafia is a scheme that was rolled out by the government of Kenya through NHIF to give a medical cover to the students in public secondary schools. Public secondary schools is pilot number 1. The plan is to move to primary schools, and other learning institutions. To note, it covers all students in public secondary schools. Next slide. These students will require a NEMIS number, and I won't get into many details. Let's move to the next slide and discuss the registration process. EDUAFIA came into effect when NEMIS came into play. And for the students to access medical benefits, they require to be registered with and have a NEMIS number, number one, and a correct NEMIS number. Number two, they will require to have their biometrics taken. We are currently doing that from our healthcare providers, and come May 2022, we shall visit the schools and carry out biometric registration of the learners. Next slide, sir. What challenges have we been having? Why do we have principals calling NHIF, calling MOE headquarters? We have students who are in the NEMIS database but are not on NHIF database. Why is that? We have incomplete registration of NEMIS. We had time, we would have looked at some of those details. We have NEMIS registrations that are incomplete and do not include the parents' details. Such a student cannot be able to access healthcare services. That we will discuss in the county forums. Next slide, please. Where do our students access benefits? Number one, these students can access benefits in government hospitals. Number two, they can access benefits in faith-based healthcare providers. Number three, private hospitals. These students can access services in private hospitals. And I would like us to move to the next slides just to explain what is covered. We have outpatient cover for the students. We have an inpatient cover for the learners. Bwana Chair, there was a question that you posed on Tuesday. Dental, optical, why are teachers being told to pay for this? Why are learners being asked to go to their parents? Last year, PS signed an addendum to the contract, and right now we are covering dental services and we are covering optical services for the learners, but this is capped to government healthcare providers. Reason for capping it there is abuse, to avoid abuse. But where cases require specialized treatment, they can access those services in private hospitals. Radiology services, X-rays are fully covered under this cover. What we will need to do as NHIF is ensure that hospitals do not deny services and request for money from you, the school. That we shall discuss when we go to the county forums. 3, we have just had a discussion on mental health. We cover drug substance abuse rehabilitation. 2, rehabilitation is not only for drug and substance abuse. We recently had a case of a student who had an accident during their games and is going through speech therapy. We cover overseas treatment, evacuation services. Then the most common feature that we have seen being utilized recently is the last expense and the group life cover. Kindly note, if you have a student who has passed on from 2018 to date, they are eligible to a last expense cover of 100,000 and a group life cover of 400,000. This is applied through the County Director of Education. Principal fills their part, County Director of Education, Minister of Education headquarters, and NHIF finally pays that claim. It is a 1-week process for the last expense. For the group life, we give it 2 weeks. 100,000 last expense, 400,000 group life cover. If you have any claim from 2018 to date, kindly submit. Final slide. We have discussed where they can access the hospitals, government hospitals, mission or faith-based hospitals, and private healthcare facilities. We have explained the cover, and I think my 5 minutes are done. Asanteni, I think, Chair, we will discuss these things in the county forums when the time is right. Thank you.
Thank you, brother, for that very good message. Now, we have finally come to the end of our today's program. And I want to most sincerely thank you for your patience. It has been very long, but finally we are there. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Now, allow me to call upon Ali Atman to give us a close prayer. Ali Atman from Mombasa. Please come, brother. The chairman is now reminding us tomorrow being our last day, and I'm sure we are now, our minds are psyched going home. So the earlier, the better. And that will mean you coming early. Please come early. We begin early. We shall finish early. And that is to your advantage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema, mwenye kurehemu, sifa zote njema za Mwenyezi Mungu, sifa zote na baraka za wewe ambaye anahimidi neema kubwa kubwa na neema ndogo ndogo. Tunakushukuru umeanza na sisi, na pia tunarejesha shukrani zako kwa umemaliza na sisi. Tunakuomba utulinde jioni letu, tunakuomba ulinde wale ambao wanasafiri, wale ambao wanafunga mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani, watimizie nia yao, watimizie somo yao. Na kesho Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala tunakuomba uturejeshe hapa kwa amani ili tuweze kumaliza kongamano letu kwa amani. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina adhaban nar. Allahumma aftahna bil khair wa khtimna bil khair waj'alna min ahli al khair. Subhanaka rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala al mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin.
Good evening na mulale salama.